Good morning, everybody. Good morning. If I could have your attention. Thank you. Welcome to meeting 5 of the Planning and Housing Committee. Welcome to the members of the committee and to the members of council. If there are any in attendance, no, I think it's too early in the morning still. For those in the room with us, the screen at the back of the room provides real-time updates concerning where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. You can follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on its the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, can I have a motion to confirm the minutes of the meeting on April 4th? Councillor Perks, all those in favor? That carries. Okay, let's now run through the agenda. Item 5.1, the right to adequate housing. We have a presentation. 5.2, public consultation comments and revised official plan policies to address the loss of dwelling rooms. We have deputations. Creating affordable rental homes at the West Don Lands and 27 Grosvenor, 26 Grenville Streets. Update. And let me see, do we have, no, we don't have.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to just move the staff recommendations, and also by way of this report being here, if I can just take 1 minute. There's an extraordinary community effort out of the Bay Clover Hill Community Association that advocated for years, literally years, with Infrastructure Ontario and the province of Ontario and the prior Liberal government to actually unlock these government-owned lands to build some form of affordable housing, and they should be thanked. Even though they're not here today, I recognize that there was a huge community and Toronto effort that was part of that discussion, and they unfortunately were not part of the announcement as of yesterday, but true thanks belongs to them, as well as, of course, Sean Gadden from the Affordable Housing Office. Councillor, you had a very significant role in this as well. This is truly a great story for us, even though we didn't get to tell it yesterday at the press conference.
Thanks to you too, because you worked very hard to make this happen, so thank you. All those in favor? And that carries. 5.4, providing property tax relief for new affordable rental homes at 203 College Street. Could I get a motion to have that moved? Councillor Wong-Tam, all those in favor? That carries. Item 5.5, a new approvals framework for Toronto Community Housing Corporation revitalization projects. We have speakers. 5.6, vital services disruptions in apartment buildings. We also have speakers. And 5.7, Toronto Local Appeal Body Chair's 2008 Annual Report. And we have speakers on this one. And to the beginning, and we have introduction of new items. I think it was circulated in advance. I'd like to have a motion to have a study done on Gary Avenue. Councillor Perks, all those in favor? That carries. It's added to the agenda. Added to the agenda. Yeah, we can vote on the item. Yeah, yeah. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I don't know if our technicians can help us with that. Is this better? It feels okay. Great. So item 5.1, the right to adequate housing. We have the honor of having with us Leilani Farha, United Nations Special Rapporteur on the right to adequate housing. And we have a presentation from her, and then there will be questions that the members of the committee and other members of councillors that can join us. Yes, please do join us. Good morning.
Good morning. Am I good to go?
You're good to go.
First of all, let me thank you, Deputy Mayor Anna Bailau, for inviting me to be here today. And I'd also like to thank the Centre for Equality Rights in Accommodation, who have facilitated my visit to Toronto. I just want to be really clear as to why I'm here. As mentioned, I'm the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to housing. I'm not visiting Toronto or Canada on an official visit. I'm here in an unofficial capacity, which means I'm not here to review and assess from a human rights point of view how Toronto is doing, although I will express some opinion because I just can't withhold. But I am here today to talk to you about a human rights-based approach to housing and what that might look like at the city level. I do want to begin with just a couple of comments about Toronto. I lived in Toronto in the 90s for about, 90s and into the 2000s for about 15 years or 12 years. And every time I come back, I will admit to being shocked. This time round, particularly shocked, I guess because I really am wearing my rapporteur hat, and I travel the world and I see a lot of stuff. I see a lot of horrific stuff. It used to be that Canada and the city of Toronto could be compared to Nordic countries and cities in Northern Europe. I would say a closer parallel these days would be to compare Toronto to cities like San Francisco, Los Angeles, Oakland, and New York, none of which have a particularly good record with respect to the right to housing and issues like homelessness and issues like what developers can and can't do. And I'm saying this with a level of seriousness on purpose, and I'm only saying what is so visible to all of you as you walk or ride your way to work. The homelessness, the visible homelessness on the streets is unacceptable in a rich country, in a rich city like Toronto. The skyscrapers going up that are clearly not intended for the people who are in housing need and are clearly intended for investors. The gobbling up of existing stock by big finance. All of this is problematic. All of this speaks to me as a crisis. And I know people don't like that term, it seems overinflated, but worldwide it is now accepted and understood that there is a global housing crisis, and I would say Toronto is in the thick of it. And I am saying this based on what I have seen around the world. So, but does that... Yes. Yes. Not sure we want to clap, actually, right? Maybe cry. Really, maybe cry, because I think Toronto has the potential to be an amazing city on this issue. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about. How can you all, and I think you all can do this, how can you turn this around? I will say I think this needs to be an urgent and priority matter. And from a human rights point of view, it most definitely is. The question is, the first question I think you should ask yourselves is this: do you want to be a model in the world? That's a good starting point. And I think some of you might have that ambition. The challenge is how to get there. And I think that what you need is a fundamental shift in how housing is viewed. I think you need to start thinking about it as a human right. What does that mean? And what's the benefit of seeing housing as a human right? Let me explain what human rights are about, just in case you need familiarization. All human rights are about one thing: dignity. So ask yourself, if you're living on the street and you don't have access to a toilet or a shower, are you living in dignity? Obviously not. If you're living in a rooming house that's falling apart and you're paying more money than you can afford, are you able to live in dignity? The answer is no. Dignity concerns like that trigger human rights. Then we know we're in the domain of human rights. And once you trigger human rights concern, you have to trigger human rights responses. You have to have a human rights response to a human rights concern. Human rights have the capacity to be transformational. They help you understand the structural causes of what's going on, and then from there, you can address those causes. What I like about human rights is it shifts how we view those who are in housing need. They are not recipients of charity, nor should they be. They are rights holders. They have entitlements. And that changes how you have to interact with those people, whether they're living under the gardener or whether they're living in a home. They are rights holders, and they have entitlements, and that should inform your policy. A human rights approach clarifies who is accountable to whom. And the sad truth for you all is governments, all levels of government, are accountable to the people. That's what human rights says. All levels of government. Believe it or not, city governments have international human rights obligations. Anyone exercising government authority has international human rights obligations. The ambit is wide. So what are the principles that would inform a human rights-based approach? Human rights should be the lens through which every policy decision is made. Any and every, and including the right to housing. So you're making budgetary allocations, ask yourselves, how does this impact on the right to adequate housing? You're changing a zoning bylaw, you're adopting a new bylaw on anything. Ask yourselves, how does this impact on the right to housing? It ensures and demands a coordinated approach to governance and action. It would lend itself to ensuring that the city has a very coherent way of dealing with housing and homelessness, that its corporate structures are coherent and coordinated and easy to navigate. A rights-based approach to housing must have measurable goals, targets, and timelines for the reduction and elimination of homelessness and for ensuring adequate housing to those who are most in need. It's a way to hold you accountable. You set your targets and goals, you try to meet them, and you report on those publicly. It should be based in transparent, evidence-based monitoring. You should use disaggregated data to do that, to ensure that those most in need are actually having their needs met. It means identifying priority populations, normally equality-seeking groups, and I'm sure in this city you know which populations are those that require priority. And a rights-based housing plan would be designed, implemented, and monitored with the participation and leadership of diverse individuals and communities directly affected by inadequate housing and homelessness. There is this notion in international human rights law that people are at the center and that people actually are experts in their own lives. I have been to many homeless encampments in many parts of the world, and I am always amazed and floored by the ability of those communities to fashion remedies for themselves. These are people with experience and expertise of what it means to live in homelessness and therefore what it means to have a home. And what I'm always struck by is how modest the expectations are of people in housing need. Most people articulate to me, not that they want some fancy version of the right to housing and some luxurious home. They want a simple thing, a place to live in dignity that's affordable. It's that simple. And finally, a rights-based housing plan would include independent recourse mechanisms through which the right to adequate housing could be monitored and enforced. I'm not talking about an individual complaint mechanism. I'm talking about a mechanism where groups of people could bring forward issues of concern with respect to housing that are structural or systemic in nature, and have those issues of concern heard and have some kind of recourse, some kind of access to a remedy. I'm going to conclude. I don't know how my time is going. Am I good still for one more minute? Yeah. That rights-based approaches to housing are being adopted by cities around the world. If the City of Toronto were to go down this path, you would be standing shoulder to shoulder with cities like Barcelona, Berlin, Mexico City, Seoul, Geneva, London, Paris, New York, cities that Toronto should be in good company with. These cities have committed to an initiative called The Shift. It doesn't require that cities be exemplary with respect to human rights in the here and now, but that they commit to going down the human rights path with a view to ensuring access to adequate and affordable housing for those most in need in their cities. So I'm going to end there, and I'd again like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today and your work around the world. I'm sure there's lots of questions. Who would like to start? Yeah. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much for being here today and sharing with us your experience and observations from traveling around the world and documenting what you're seeing. If I may just start off with this particular question, I think you were, and I'm going to have to go back in time, you were aware of the debate that we had at City Council here in January 2019. There was a particular proposition on the floor that asked City Council at that point in time to really take a human rights approach, and I'm going to read you the statement that we voted on. That City Council affirm housing as a human right and our commitment to take appropriate measures to address homelessness as a human rights crisis. That vote lost 11-14. What you're telling us specifically today is to go back and take another look based on the information you provided us today. That vote was also informed largely by a staff report from the Solicitor's Office that said, in a nutshell, City Council really does not have any ability to enforce human rights laws in the courts. So therefore, in a nutshell, don't really need to do it. How would you respond to our city solicitors?
Sorry, and do we do a one-on-one, or do you take questions?
One-on-one.
Okay, thanks. Yes, thanks for that question. And there are a lot of myths around what the right to housing does and doesn't mean. One of the things that the City of Toronto should be looking at is what the national level government, the federal government, is doing around the right to housing. Because they, like the city clerk, had real concerns about what we call the justiciability of the right to housing, and whether we want to open up some recourse to courts with respect to the right to housing. And I actually think that the national level government has navigated those waters quite well. We are posed as a country to adopt legislation that affirms that housing is a fundamental human right. So you have the federal government taking the lead in that regard and putting that recognition in legislation for the first time in this country. Does that mean that the City of Toronto, and correct me if I'm wrong about what their concerns were, but does that mean that the City of Toronto would be open and prey to court cases where people are demanding the right to housing? The answer is no. The federal legislation doesn't do that, and if the city were to adopt a motion saying that housing is a human right and that we have a crisis on our hands, that doesn't open you up to some kind of litigation any more than it already exists. I would put it that way. What I think the city could do is navigate in a way to ensure that it's very clear what the city is intending to do with respect to the right to housing and what mechanisms would be available to people in the City of Toronto to raise systemic issues of concern. But it doesn't open the city up to some new kind of litigation or something like that. Yeah, does that answer your question?
It is very helpful. So if someone was to demand that the state, the government actors, you owe me a house. I'm demanding, you said that housing is a human right, so therefore I can demand that government gets me a house. Is that how that works?
No. So that's another one of the myths about the right to housing. So the right to housing is not something where people go off and you just should be able to get a government-provided house overnight and, you know, that's the government's responsibility. The responsibility under international human rights law is one of we use this term progressive realization. That's the standard. And it's a really important standard to remember. It's understood that addressing housing need is complex and, of course, can't happen overnight, especially in a city like Toronto where things have been left to run a little bit amok, we might say. So the problems here are quite deep, and there's no way that they will be answered overnight. And the right to housing understands that this has to happen progressively. What has to happen immediately, and some things have to happen immediately, is you need a plan, and that's what you're setting out to do, which is great. And that plan should have some immediate measures to address people living in homelessness, because that's considered an immediate obligation. Homelessness is understood as an egregious violation of the right to housing and has to be addressed immediately. But even there, what you're talking about is a plan that has some immediate steps and some longer-term steps. So no, it doesn't. The right to housing is not really scary in that way. Governments often ask me that question because it is scary, and there's a thought that that might have resource implications that are too much of a burden if everyone could just knock on the door of government and demand a house.
So by way of extension, I've just got 3 more questions that they're going to be very quick, I promise. So by way of extending what you've just said, governments are not required to spend a lot of money then. Like there's no connecting outcomes that governments who adopt a human rights approach to housing must also, you know, spend lots and lots more money that they don't have, go massively in debt in order for us to produce this housing. Is that correct?
So it's a really good point. And this is another thing I love about human rights law, which most people don't understand or know. There are actually standards around all of this stuff. So with respect to resources, the standard under international human rights law is that a government should spend the maximum of its available resources for the implementation of economic and social rights, like the right to housing. So that's the maximum of available resources. Now, it is true that availability is determined not just based on what liquidity the city has in front of it, but what potential it could have. Is it exploring all of its opportunities to increase its resources? So that's the standard, it's so, you know, it is a legitimate thing for the city to say, look, we have other crises on our hands that we also have to address. Maybe you have, and I can't say, but maybe you have a transportation crisis here. I don't know. Maybe you have some local healthcare issues that are crises. And of course, it's up to the city to try to weight those and balance those. But where you're looking at housing adequacy and affordability issues, you have on your hands some of the most dire situations, because homelessness is directly related to preventable health conditions, and homelessness obviously is related to death, which is, you know, one has the right to life. So it's very serious. The precarity people are living in, the stress and anxiety that people would be living in, where they fear that their homes will be taken from them through renoviction, development, whatever, is very serious. And so you have to weight the seriousness of the violation with the available resources. So, and you have to get that right. And you have to get that right based on your population and your population's needs. But that is the standard, maximum of available resources.
Thank you.
And then my second last question, my last one, I'll just turn this into my last question. You mentioned that Ottawa, and I just only because there's no clock that's running there, so I wasn't sure.
I've been trying to be very flexible.
Sorry. So my last question is, you mentioned that Ottawa has wrapped their heads around housing and using a human rights approach. They've obviously signed a number of international agreements and treaty that have already said in previous governments that this is that they commit to housing as a human right. By way of the government dollars and the programs that will be coming forward, will cities and subnational governments, including the province, also have to adhere to that just by way of applying for those dollars, number one? And are we bound to it simply because the federal government has already committed to that?
Sounds like you need to have a conversation with the federal government. Highly recommend that. But this is what I can say from what I know, and I, of course, have limited knowledge, but my understanding is there is, at this point in time, no conditionality attached to the flow of dollars. Will that change once this legislation is passed? That's a good question. I would like to see conditionality. That is my personal preference, and that's not just specific to Canada. I always say that there should be conditions attached to money where those conditions are human rights, values, and principles. That should come as no surprise to any level of government. Those conditions shouldn't get anyone's backup because you have those human rights obligations anyway. So it should be like, oh yeah, of course, yeah, we want to do this because that's our obligation. Not generally how it's felt, but that is what my preference would be, but I haven't seen that. I think if you look at the bilateral negotiations between the federal government and provinces and territories through the National Housing Strategy, you will see that there is some very light, it's not even conditionality, but there's some light reference to housing as a human right, so I was pleased to see that. That's a first step. Where those get renegotiated, that might change with this legislation. Yeah.
Councillor Fletcher?
I just wanted to ask about your experiences with Airbnb, or your thoughts on that. You've seen a lot. What's the impact of that been on housing in major cities in the world?
Yeah, well, that's an obvious one. The Airbnb model, and please, you know, we use it as a short form, I think, Airbnb, because they did good branding. But there are a lot of short-term platforms out there that are contributing to this. Booking.com, Expedia apparently is going to become the biggest short-term rental platform. So it's not just Airbnb, one. Two, Airbnb's model really simply eats up housing stock. And some of that's going to be affordable housing stock. Some of that's going to be new build, where new build is built purposefully for short-term stay or for investors who want to offer those homes. I don't have the numbers on Toronto. I know Airbnb is here and doing work, and so they probably have those numbers.
And looking around the world, the impact.
Yeah, so the impact is the same around the world, and there are cities that are trying to regulate this. Barcelona is a city in point, and they have had very successful negotiations with Airbnb, not easy negotiations, very tense, but they have managed to pass what would be the equivalent of bylaws there to limit how one can offer a unit for short term. So it's X number of days per year, and it has to be a primary residence. And they actually get the listings from Airbnb, so they've accessed Airbnb's data, which is a key aspect of this.
And does somebody track this internationally? Is there anybody who tracks, is it you or somebody else who tracks this impact?
Yeah, I don't know anyone tracking it internationally. I actually have a project proposal out there to start tracking all of this stuff, so we'll see if I come good on that, but that's for a little bit later, after I finish this busy job.
Okay. What are the top 3 things that the city, a city, or our city, or a city can do to immediately have an impact on affordable housing?
Sorry, you want me to
I'm interested
provide
in
you with
what you've
ideas?
seen, or
Yeah.
if you think of top instruments that are critical to delaying the commodification of housing or overturning
Yeah.
the commodification of housing, what have you witnessed and what advice would you have?
Yeah, one of the interesting things I'm seeing around the world is around city assets and government assets, particularly land and property. I get concerned when I see cities selling off their land or property as a means of generating resources, where that selling off isn't highly regulated. So selling off to developers, where developers then build, even with some small regulations, I don't find it acceptable. I think cities need to be retaining their property and their assets and doing with that affordable housing. And so I am seeing a move in that regard. I think many of you will have seen that in Berlin earlier, what month are we now? Are we in May? We're still in April. So earlier this month, Berliners took to the streets in numbers, really demanding that government, city-level government and national government retain properties and, in fact, buy properties back that they once sold to developers, even if it's at market rate, buy it back, and what they're using the expression nationalize it. And I think those are bold moves, they're expensive moves, and I think it's absolutely necessary. That's like one example. I guess in a summary form, I would say regulation, regulation, regulation of all of this stuff that's going on, whether it's Airbnb, whether it's all of these ridiculous towers that are going up everywhere. But not just any regulation. The regulation has to be from a place of human rights. You have to infuse those regulations with human rights principles. I've actually written a report, I know another city councillor knows about this report, Gord Perks, on financialization of housing, and I've tried in that report to discuss what those human rights principles might look like in the context of financialization. This is a very new area. The big financial actors are way ahead of those of us who care about cities from a human rights place, and so we have a lot of catching up to do very quickly. But this stuff has to be regulated. Right now, there's some, tinkering little things of regulation. It's not enough. I don't think, like I've heard of regulations where it's like, oh, new builds, 20% have to be affordable units, and then affordable gets defined as 80% of market rent. Totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable.
Councillor Perks.
Why don't you tell us what financialization means?
Sure. First of all, everyone should go out and see the movie Push, which is at Hot Docs, playing tomorrow at 1 o'clock and on Saturday, because it defines financialization thoroughly. Financialization is a relatively new phenomenon. It came sadly, during the global financial crisis and as a result of the global financial crisis. And basically it refers to the commodification of housing, the turning of housing into real estate, turning housing into financial instruments as a way of a place to park capital and a place to grow capital and a place to leverage capital. Building a regular tower, condo tower, is no longer a place where, it's viewed as, somewhere where people might live, young people might start their life in a big city. It has become like a bank account, except an Uber bank account. And what differentiates what's happening now from previous eras, because housing has always been financialized, what differentiates it is the amount of capital being parked in these buildings. There is unprecedented amount of wealth right now being parked into residential real estate. Residential real estate now is the biggest business of all businesses in the world. It represents the value of residential real estate. The value is $163 trillion globally, which is 2.5 times the entire world's GDP. All the GDPs of all the countries in the world, 2.5 times. That's what residential real estate is worth. So we're in a whole new era where really residential real estate is a vehicle for wealth growth.
So that would be different than a human rights approach.
Yeah, that would be different. I mean, one of the questions I often get asked is, do I want to see sort of capitalism torn down and move us back to kind of socialism or something like that? And my response is that I believe that we can make our capitalist system responsive to human rights and human rights compliant. And I have to believe that because I don't believe we're getting rid of capitalism. So then I say, okay, then it's up to governments to make sure that this capitalist system that we're living in, that has this abundance of wealth, over accumulation of wealth, it's up to governments to ensure that this system works for those who are most in need. And good luck.
Well, I was with you most of the way there. Kristen got that. So the current value set at least in North American governments, as I see it, is relying on the private sector to greatly expand the supply of housing through these condo towers and other kinds of investments. But from what I'm hearing you say, relying on that is just doubling down on this financialization of housing rather than taking a human rights approach. Would that be a fair comment?
Yes, I think that's a fair comment. You see, here's the model for those of you who don't know how financialization works. Even if you have the best intentions of the government has the best intentions and wants to build a lot of affordable housing and thinks that that's somehow a solution. The business model for financialization is that you have to picture these big financial actors. These are private equity firms, pension funds, asset management firms. I think you will have heard of Timber Creek in this city, Achilles, Blackstone, Starlight. Okay, so you have to picture them with drones. They've got these drones, and the drones are circling over the city of Toronto, and they're looking for affordable housing. Where is there affordable housing? And they see it there in Parkdale, and there in Parkdale, and there in wherever. And they say to themselves, this is undervalued property. What does that mean? Well, it means for the everyday person, affordable. So they buy that affordable housing, and they convert that affordable housing and turn it into less affordable housing for more affluent people. And then, boom, your affordable housing stock is gone. So even if, so when you're thinking, oh, we're going to build more affordable housing, well, affordable housing without very strict protections, that housing be maintained as affordable for a very long time, then you are simply just yet again prey to the big financial actors.
Any other questions? No? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us here today. We hope that your stay in Toronto was a good one. I know that you've met several organizations, 7 people, and we're looking forward to working with you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Speakers, I think Councillor Fletcher is eager to say a few words on this.
Oh, yes, and you have a motion coming up, don't you? Yeah. Do you want to move your motion first or not? No, we're okay. That was extremely timely. Where did she go? That was just extremely timely because we are discussing a number of things today. We're discussing renovictions today. We're discussing the decimation of our rooming house stock, which is exactly what our speaker spoke about. These homes that have been privately owned but served low-income people for many years that are now being commodified into mansions, and people have nowhere to go. So that is a very big theme. We're looking at, I just want to kudos to everybody in the audience, and I see a number of our friends here today that had a long, protracted fight. I think it's a 10-year, 11-year fight we've been in, not to sell all of the single-family housing stock that's owned by Toronto Community Housing. And exactly what our speaker said today, in taking that, looking, oh, that's worth so much money, we'll sell that, and then we'll build maybe a couple of other places for people, houses that have 3, 4, and 5 bedrooms. And I'm sure our speaker would say and let us know that in the rental market, there's no big developers that are building 3, 4, and 5 bedroom houses anymore. They're a very scarce commodity that we have to hold on to. So I'm looking at Joy, I'm looking at Effie, that this has been a really big struggle with the Toronto Community Housing Corporation every step of the way, and City Council, to say, let's just get rid of those. They're worth so much money. They're where people live. They're part of our housing stock. Selling housing stock to say that you're going to build something else, even when you don't have a plan to build something else, is a very serious human rights offense, in my opinion. So I just have to pay tribute to everybody here that has been fighting renovictions, that has made sure that we're now going to transfer these valuable assets that will never be in a portfolio again with the number of bedrooms that exist to a land trust or to those who already use that as their model. That's a good financial decision for housing for the next 10, 20, 30, 40, forever, because they won't be sold. And I just had to say that because there is this idea that, well, this is in our portfolio, this is worth money, why don't we do this? It'll bring us dollars. We have to demand dollars. And I do think our chair and our staff in the Affordable Housing Office have been relentless in working to get dollars for new housing. So thinking that we can build new housing by selling our housing is something that I believe I heard our speaker say. That's a really dumb idea. Don't do that. And I appreciate being validated and that all of your efforts here today, over 10 years and still counting, have been validated. So thank you very much to everybody who's done that. And thank you to our speaker for being so clear on what our values should be. We did sell a lot of land at one time. That was under Build Toronto. We just sold it. I don't know if we're going to buy it back. We sold it at the highest price. Then we found we're at the OMB with the person that bought it because they went up so many stories. That was a problem. We recalibrated for Creatio, which has as one of its mandates to ensure that we're building affordable housing. We do have a model that is a 20, up to 20, 30, or 40%. But we're not selling that land. We're long time leasing that land. So there are some lessons that we've already learned. It was very helpful to hear that we're on the right track in many ways, but that we should go faster and deeper if we're going to make a difference here in this such an important file. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Oh, okay. If I could have my motion up. Thank you. So I do have a motion, and obviously the motion is to our City Council ask our Director of Affordable Housing, who's leading the consultations and putting together the report, the next 10-year housing report, to take this presentation in consideration and to take a rights-based approach to the housing plan and to have this as part of the consultations. We had the opportunity of having much longer conversations, and I know that many members of the committee had that same opportunity to have that conversation with Mrs. Farah, and to really establish a relationship on what we're hoping to be over the next few months, to put this plan together and to really bring this human rights approach. And I think this is important because it's an attitude that we need to have towards, and a lens that we need to have towards the elaboration of this plan. And we've seen it. We've seen it throughout a few of these last reports that we have a long way to go. We just had last month our shelter bylaw that, you know, we were still allowing to have shelters not being built in all parts of our city. Our zoning bylaw was just amended to actually bring it in compliance with human rights law. And so today we have dwelling rooms. We're still reviewing the rooming house. So it's the rights of people to have to this house, the rights of people to live in this city. As we're developing this housing policy, I think it is extremely important that we have this, this lens on top of it. It is what we said, more and more people look at housing just as a form of creating wealth. I think we have to look at housing as a way of creating emotional and health stability for people, not as monetary wealth that needs to be created. And if we have a city that looks at it and brings that emotional and health stability to its residents, I think it's going to be a long way to build a plan that is actually going to respond to the needs and is actually going to create prosperity in our city. So I hope that I can get your support, and I hope that we get the support for this motion at Council to have this lens brought forward towards our housing plan. That is my motion. Councillor Perks.
So thank you for that motion. It's entirely worthy, and it's exactly what we should be doing. So I made myself a little note that I'm going to go and get the clip of the presentation that we just had and all the question and answer, and I'm going to put it aside, and when we get the Housing Opportunities Report in November, I'm going to look at it again and make sure that what we are considering doing and the city's plan on housing actually matches the aspirations that we just discussed in this committee. I think that we are at a very significant moment in the history of the City of Toronto right now. We have two contending schools of thoughts about who the city is for. Is the city for anyone who wants to live here, regardless of their income, regardless of where they came from in the world, regardless of the luck they've had in life, regardless of their financial stature? Or is it a mechanism for generating wealth for global capital? We're going to simply be facing that test. And it's an interesting moment because it's very much like the moment that the housing market in North America was at in the years and months just prior to the global financial crisis. The global financial crisis was sparked specifically by large investors bringing together unstable mortgages, packaging them off, and trying to make money off reselling them. It was making money off speculation on the future value of land and whether or not people could be squeezed to pay more for it. That's literally why the global financial system went into crisis, because that is an unsustainable model economically, and it's also an unsustainable model if you believe that humans have the right to housing. And here we are replicating exactly that moment again right now, globally, using slightly more sophisticated tools and slightly better rhetoric. You know, I have watched 20 or 30 of some of the largest buildings in Parkdale that are privately owned move from individual family ownership into the ownership of the very firms that the human rights rapporteur mentioned. And I have watched those companies find any excuse they can find to evict people, bring in a floor polisher and some new appliances and put the unit back on the market at 50% or more of what it was. And it's all based on the fact that they're buying those properties, speculating that they can achieve higher rents than they currently generate. It's not about improving the quality of life. It's not about fixing all the outstanding building orders, although that's what they claim they're doing. It's actually about gambling capital to see if you can make more money by squeezing out low-income people with one of the necessities of life. And we find ourselves now, as a city, uniquely positioned because we're entering into a 6-month review of our entire housing plan. And we're going to have to decide if we're going to rely on big global pools of capital coming in, somehow magically creating more housing stock for us that somehow will be affordable through a market mechanism, or whether we're going to be deliberate and choose to provide housing that's affordable across all bands. And as you heard in the presentation, that requires both a very sophisticated regulatory approach, but it also requires direct public investment, using our land and using the money available to us to go back to where we were a generation ago when governments in Canada, including the municipality of Toronto, directly invested in making affordable housing rather than relying on the speculative market. If that isn't the centerpiece, if that isn't the cornerstone of what we see in the Housing Opportunities Report, we will have failed. And that's why I look forward to the debate at Council where we explicitly decide that rather than relying on a market mechanism to build housing, which already recently failed, or whether we will rely on a human rights approach. I look forward to that debate, and I look forward to the conclusions of the Housing Opportunities Report.
Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our UN rapporteur for coming before us today and sharing your presentation, your world observations. And I think in some ways it highlights for us in Toronto who've been struggling with the Toronto housing crisis that we are not alone. And what I take from this presentation, your presentation, and also the work that we're doing here at the City of Toronto is that there is a way out of this crisis. We need to adopt that human rights approach to how we develop strategies to develop, maintain, and to increase the housing supply. It doesn't necessarily need to be a big, scary thing. It just needs to be much more thoroughly thought through, where we center the human being in the conversation of policy making. And I really am encouraged by the fact that it's not going to necessarily cost a lot more money, and that it is entirely it's entirely realistic to implement. Because I think that there has been some concerns that perhaps it can't be done, that there will be people knocking on our door asking and demanding for things that we don't necessarily have the ability to do overnight. It also tells us is that we need to create timelines and outcomes and goals and be able to pursue them with measurements along the way to mark that progress. So it is entirely doable. And there's no reason why we cannot do it, because we set our own goals, we set our own timelines, we develop our strategies. All we need to do is broaden our policy thinking in order for us to deliver these outcomes. And we have had some mistakes because we were not approaching our housing policies and our zoning policies and our construction and land use disposition policies with a rights-based approach. So those missed opportunities means that we've actually contributed to the housing crisis in some ways. The regulations around Airbnb and the battle that we had on the floor of council to not over-regulate created a condition where there's about 70,000 units right now in the city of Toronto that are not affordable long-term homes for Torontonians anymore. When we sold off land where we said to a developer, we're going to ask you to come in and give us highest and best use proposition in exchange for condominium construction and maybe a modest quantum affordable housing, we did not take a rights-based approach, and we needed to expand that thinking. When we limit our production of affordable units in buildings and say that we'll cap them at maybe 10 years of affordability or maybe 15, it is not going far enough because that will eventually, the time will lapse and that will go back into the market inventory. So there are a number of things that we are already doing. We need to just expand the way we're doing it, but with a rights-based approach. And we can, I can tell, immediately make some policy directions that's going to start to shift and turn this boat around. And that, to me, is incredibly encouraging, if and only if we adopt this approach. The whole conversation around financialization of these real estate assets and turning them into commodities that you can trade on stock exchange floors in nanoseconds, where millions and billions and trillions of dollars are moved globally across boundaries without any tight regulation, where they're being stored in tax havens, should be a concern for all of us. We are no longer in control of the housing situation in Toronto, and it seems to me that being in the company of Barcelona, Geneva, as well as New York, as they grapple with their housing crisis, if they're doing something that is working, and if this is what's working for them as they're pursuing those goals, I think we should do the same. And I look forward to us adopting the shift. I look forward to Councillor Bailão signing the declaration on our behalf, perhaps in November. I look forward to the City of Toronto making a big difference in how we approach housing from this day forward. And Sean Gadden, our esteemed Director of Affordable Housing, we know that the work before you is large. And I know that you are more than capable of rising to that challenge. You have been a very effective advocate for us at the City of Toronto, and we're going to ask you once again with your office to rise to meet this particular challenge, the one that's set out in Councillor Bailão's motion. So thank you very much.
No pressure. Any other speakers? Councillor Bradford.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the presentation from Ilani today. That was right there. That was very informative and very insightful, and I think we all learned a lot today. I had an opportunity to meet with Annie Hodgkins recently and the work that they're doing at the Center for Equity, Rights and Accommodation. And what we were hearing about today from the presentation really touches on a lot of that work and how important and vital that is here in the City of Toronto. I will be supporting the motion in front of us from Councillor Bailão, and I think it's very thoughtful. I think it's a thoughtful motion and certainly the direction that we need to be headed in. Briefly, as we are updating our housing charter and the Toronto Housing Opportunities Toronto Action Plan right now, this is something that, you know, is long overdue, and it's a moment in time when I think we need to broaden that discussion and take a look at this lens as it relates to policy, as it relates to regulation, and as it relates to how we are actually replacing and building and adding net new housing opportunities, affordable housing opportunities here in Toronto. So this is an important step. It's important for us to come back with this, but it also really complements the work that this committee has been doing here with everyone around the table with respect to zoning, with respect to shelters, with respect to rooming houses, making sure that we're taking a pragmatic look at those regulations and understanding what the unintended consequences of some of those policies have historically been, and how we're addressing those to making sure that we have more inclusive housing opportunities, that we are actually able to put the supports in place to help the people who need it most. And I think this is another really important piece of that, and I'm happy to support it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, and I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor, can I have a recorded? Yeah. Recorded vote?
All those in favor of adopting the recommendation before you, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Perks, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Von Tam. That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Item 5.2. Yes, so we're going to start with speakers for item 5.2. We are going to take the public's, we're going to ask for your consideration, but we will be breaking at 11 to join some of our colleagues in a press conference, an important issue that we're dealing with regards to public health cuts from the province. The press conference is just outside, so it shouldn't take us too long. We're expecting about 15 minutes. We apologize for any inconvenience, but we think it is important to show support on this issue, so we will be breaking at 11. But in the meantime, we'll start with the deputations on item 5.2. And so we will start with Melissa Goldstein from the Neighborhood Land Trust and Parkdale Neighborhood. Hello, good morning.
So I'm leading in a community-based initiative right now to work and develop to have, sorry, I'm still amazed by the previous discussion. It's nice to hear in this room. So I'm leading a community-based initiative to work to develop and have implemented a framework of policies and programs that will be effective in preserving affordable dwelling rooms and better protecting dwelling room tenants. So I'm particularly interested in this item. The financialization of housing has brought a different kind of landlord and property owner to town. Their business plans involve engaging in predatory and illegal practices to realize their projected profits. They have two kinds of prey. One is any tenant that pays less than the current asking rent, with tenants paying the lowest rents offering them the biggest bounty. Get a low-paying tenant out by any means necessary, and you will enjoy huge profits when you replace them with a tenant paying the current market rate. The other kind of prey is affordable housing. Any unit renting at less than what the market will bear is a target, with units with the lowest rents offering these trophy hunters the biggest financial rewards. These predators are vultures circling over what's left of our affordable housing looking for prey. And the units with the lowest rents in the city, filled with tenants who are often marginalized and therefore easy targets, are dwelling rooms. This puts affordable dwelling rooms at much higher risk of going extinct than other forms of housing, and it means that their tenants are at much higher risk of ending up homeless because there just aren't any alternatives left that they can afford, because they've already fallen prey to corporate bounty hunters. Our current policy environment is enabling these corporate predators to eliminate our supply of affordable housing and wreak havoc on the lives of Torontonians across the city. We need to figure out how to effectively regulate these bad corporate citizens to keep them from preying on Torontonians and from worsening our already horrible affordable housing crisis. This official plan amendment is one opportunity to do that, to protect the city's critically important and exceedingly rare supply of rental housing that's affordable to Torontonians with the lowest incomes, and protect tenants from being preyed upon and exploited by landlords who see them only as inconveniences on the path to great wealth. The existing rental replacement policy in the official plan was designed at a different time to deal with a different context. It needs to be reviewed and evaluated and not simply used as a basis for protections for housing that's even more rare, more vulnerable, and more important to the lives of people who are only one illegal eviction notice away from homelessness. Dwelling rooms deserve to be protected like dwelling units currently are, but like any endangered species, they need even stronger protections and more rigorous enforcement. The official plan amendment holds a lot of promise. The threshold of 6 units is good and important, as it will see that the majority of dwelling rooms are protected. Providing tenants the right to return to units in a building at similar rents as to what they were paying before, and assistance with relocation is also important. However, as I've noted in my submission, which I think most of councillors here have read, it also has some problems that I worry will make the policy not only achieve what it could, but make the current situation worse. I'm concerned that exempting buildings where all dwelling rooms have above mid-range rents, where mid-range rents are set at only $1,300 a month, which is not much more than current asking rents for a dwelling room in Parkdale, will encourage landlords to empty their buildings of tenants so that they can raise the rents and avoid having to comply with the policy altogether. I worry that this provision will result in making the existing situation where landlords are finding every way possible to get low-paying tenants out so they can raise rents even worse. More dwelling rooms lost, more tenants forced into homelessness. I'm concerned that a 10-year affordability period means that the most this policy will ever achieve is a 10-year delay in the permanent loss of units that are affordable to current dwelling room tenants. I understand the city intends to secure longer affordability periods by accessing public subsidies, but we shouldn't be using public money to help developers replace what they are destroying and will ultimately profit from. It's not a good use of affordable housing funds, which should be going towards permanent affordability. I'm concerned that setting the rents for replacement units at anything other than the same as what was being paid by tenants in the original building per unit type means that we will have a policy that does not protect low end of market housing at all, but creates a policy that permits its elimination. And we should not be creating two classes of replacement units with different rents depending on whether they will be housing a returning tenant or not. Replacement units should be rented at similar rents as what was paid in the original building per unit type, so there is no perverse incentive for landlords to not have tenants return to replacement units. Realigning this amendment with the existing policy that protects self-contained rental units from redevelopment should only be a first step. We need to review the existing policy and see how it's working in practice to ensure that this OPA will also work the way it was intended and does not produce the ill effects that I mentioned. So the review needs to examine a review would need to examine the following questions: how many units have been protected through the policy, and in what neighborhoods are they located? How many units have been lost, and why did this policy not function to protect them? Was it by intentional design or by unanticipated loopholes? How do the rents of original units before redevelopment compare with rents of replacement units? How many tenants exercised the right of return, and what happened to those who didn't? What happened to replacement units where there weren't returning tenants? What's happening as 10-year affordability periods expire on replacement units? As the end of affordability approaches, what is the impact for tenants? Have there been any unintended consequences of the policy, like detenanting of buildings in anticipation of redevelopment, like I'm thinking will happen with this dwelling room policy? What changes would improve the policy's ability to preserve affordable rental housing and protect tenants? We lose affordable dwelling rooms every week. Homelessness is continuing to grow, and these two things are related. We needed this official plan amendment yesterday, but we need to ensure that it will actually function to protect affordable dwelling rooms and dwelling room tenants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Perks.
So, Melissa, if I've heard you correctly, you want us to proceed with bringing dwelling rooms in,
Yes.
and you want us to take a further step to look at the whole policy to see if we can improve it.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
The whole policy, meaning the rental, both elements of the rental replacement policy in the OPA. Yeah.
Yes.
Or sorry, in the OP.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Great. Next deputant, Kegan Harris. No? Kegan Harris? Nope. Okay. Pablo Escobar. Good morning. Good morning, Pablo. Thank you.
My name's Pablo Escobar, and I'm a manager of housing supports at Dixon Hall Neighborhood Services. And I'm very happy to be here today to speak to you all about the planned amendment, which is the focus of this amendment. We fully support and endorse and want to partner with the city to implement it and move it forward. That focus being to maintain affordability and to retain the housing stock. It's fundamentally important, and it's very commendable that the city, after decades, right, of experiencing the loss of rooming houses and hearing about it and just seeing it happen, has finally taken a strong step to create some policy initiatives to manage this issue. So I think you should all be commended for pushing this forward. Unfortunately, reflecting some of the comments made by the previous speaker, there are certain specific clauses in the new revised amendment which negate the goals of the amendment. And I'll repeat what those goals are. Those goals are stock retention and maintaining affordability. So I don't mean to bring us into the weeds, but I'm going to. And I'm now going to refer to particular clauses within the revised amendment that do not support the goals that we've spoke about here today, which are affordability and stock retention. So Section 1A states, all of the dwelling rooms have rents that exceed dwelling room mid-range rents at the time of the application. This section, this clause exempts dwelling rooms whose rents exceed dwelling room mid-range rents. And it'll promote, unfortunately, rent increases so as not to be captured by the proposed OPA. So if you increase your rent, this policy will not apply. If you increase your rents before going ahead and putting in an application, this policy will not apply. And I think it promotes the increase of rents for developers so that they do not have to follow this policy. It certainly can do that. By providing a maximum rent threshold, developers are provided the opportunity to avoid all the requirements of the OPA by increasing rents. And I think that's extremely problematic, and for many folks can just make this null and void, right? So I really think that this committee needs to look at that. So the recommendation is to eliminate provision 1A that provides a maximum rent threshold. Section 1A states where an increase in height and/or density is sought, the provision of additional replacement dwelling rooms or units to achieve at least the same number of existing dwelling rooms lost will be secured. Again, the focus there is extremely important because what we're saying on paper is that if you get rid of some dwelling rooms, you have to replace them. But when one looks at the details, one sees that that is not always the case with this clause, right? So according to city staff, section 511 and its reference to section 37 of the official plan do not apply in all cases. In those cases where that, and I'm not a planner, so I can't give you details about those specific things. This is what was explained to us. In those cases, the OPA's goal of dwelling room replacement is unenforceable. I would also mention that though I'm not here to speak about zoning, right? But the lack of zoning across the city of Toronto, I can see how it's infused the development of this clause, right? Because you cannot say, for example, at this point, you need to build a dwelling room in Scarborough, right? Because they're illegal. So I want to just take this opportunity to throw the pitch in to say the lack of zoning across the entire city of Toronto is actually hamstringing the city of Toronto to develop appropriate policies to retain dwelling rooms across the city. So my recommendation is replacing 1A and the provision that states that changing it to state that all dwelling rooms will be replaced, as opposed to working with these little pieces. I've submitted this also via email, just because there's a lot of weeds. Section 1.
Can I just ask that it's over 5 minutes. Could you give us your final thoughts?
Sure.
Thank you.
So there's a problem with replacing the term similar with the same. It says similar rents. Similar, I would say to you, is a range of rents, and there's no mechanisms within the policy. It says that rents will be provided at a similar rate. But similar is a slippery word within a policy document. It should state same, as far as I'm concerned. And that all references to dwelling room affordable rent and dwelling room mid-range rents and the references to no returning tenants be stricken from the policy 1.3, from the clause 1.3, and replace a clause that states the rents for replacement dwelling rooms will be the same to those in effect at the time of the development application is made. That clause creates a two-tier rental system for returning and new tenants. where rents would be different for each one of those. And the truth is that we understand that many tenants that are dehoused due to this will not return, because what they'll be doing is moving on with their lives, right? Building a new life, finding new rental apartments and rental dwelling rooms. And when these are available, they won't return, which means that the rent de facto goes up. So another clause that's built in there that actually goes against the goals, the intentions of the piece that's being put forward. So I say that we strongly, strongly recommend that this go forward to consultation in May, as said, but with the recommendations mentioned here, that it go towards consultation. What we don't want to do is stop this from moving forward at this time, right? Because we strongly feel that it needs to go forward, but there are recommendations that, if it's to meet its goals, need to be implemented and some changes made.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Pablo. Any other
And
questions?
thanks for your flexibility, letting me go over a couple of minutes.
I just have to apologize. That clock was stuck on 5:13 for me.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
I just-
No worries.
That was
Oh,
a
can I start over?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Pablo. Councillor Wong Tam has a few more questions.
Yeah, just thank you very much for your presentation. It was very succinct. Just to clarify, your suggestion today is to proceed with the staff recommendations, even though right now it's not perfect, but you will want to see the consultations and the recommendations adopted today, knowing that when it comes back, there will be some additional changes that will be required.
I would like a motion passed that this go forward to consultation with the recommendations that have been mentioned today in my deputation, included, and move forward with them.
Yeah, okay. I think.
So if I can read what my specific recommendation is, and it might be clearer.
Sure, I think I captured Section 1, Section 2. You wanted them to be eliminated.
Yeah, and my general recommendation
Yep.
is that we therefore support that the OPA move forward to the next stage of consultations with a recommendation from the Planning and Housing Committee that the changes noted above be made.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Perks?
Pablo, thank you. You raised some stuff that is near and dear to me as well. I wanted to pursue a couple things. So the issue of same rent and similar rent.
Right.
So you're involved in some of these already, right? For the dwelling rooms?
I'm involved in which, sir?
You've done some of these replacement negotiations for dwelling rooms, the current process we have?
I have not, no.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So the language, did you know that the language that we have right now for dwelling units
Yes.
is similar rent?
I do.
Okay.
I know that. And sorry.
So, yep. So if we keep the similar language, that's actually bringing it into conformity with what we have so that dwelling rooms and dwelling units are treated the same way.
That's right. So that's what
Okay.
was explained to
Yeah.
also. So thank you for.
Yeah.
And so I believe that the issue is with the use of similar in the other policy that this is reflecting. What I would say is, if there is an issue, which I believe there is,
Yeah.
with the use of the term, the slippery term similar.
Right.
In the other policy,
Yes.
that other policy ought to be corrected and
There we
not
are.
reflected in this new one.
Okay.
So where there are issues with the other policy, it should not be reflected in this new one.
Right. So here's an approach that I'm considering. I'd like your thoughts on it. What I'm thinking to do is to get, and this is what we set out on, when all the evictions at the Palace Arms and all that stuff started happening, was to get the same protections for dwelling rooms fast, and then to review the whole policy so that we can tighten it up in terms of, like, for example, dwelling units, we don't have protection if they're all above average right now. So as a thought, would it be useful, get it in now, fast as we can, and then get the city staff as part of the housing opportunities work to fix the whole thing?
Well, I share, as I mentioned, your motivation to move quickly.
Yeah.
Because we know
I'm losing stuff in Parkdale
everywhere, right? So for us, this is a crisis. It's one of the reasons we're not saying there are fundamental issues with this which actually negate its intent and purposes, so throw it out, right?
You're not saying that.
We're not saying that, right? Because we understand how important and essential this amendment is to the City of Toronto and to vulnerable individuals and to the housing stock. That being said, though, we are extremely concerned with some of the revisions that have come forward, which again negate the intent and will actually create a pathway to lose more units
Right.
and to increase rents. So we
Can I ask you a question on
Yeah.
that? So part of the dilemma we're struggling with here is that we're dealing with planning policy. And in planning policy, we can't take over the role of the landlord-tenant board, stop people from putting in above guideline rent increase.
Absolutely.
So we should be doing so protecting tenants in dwelling rooms from those huge rental increases you're talking about, we should be doing better advocacy about supporting tenants through things like our tenant hotline and some of the tenant organizing that the city supports to make sure that that group of tenants know their rights and don't get hit with above guideline rent increases. Is that a thing we should be doing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And I would like to now move the motion that we recess from 11 o'clock to 11:15. All those in favor? 11:30? Okay, 11:30. So we'll recess from 11 to 11:30. And all those in favor? That carries. Thank you. Okay, if I could ask councillors to take their seat. Good morning. If I could, good. Nope. Okay, I'm going to do it stronger. Great. Thank you. If I could ask councillors to take their seat. And we're going to continue with deputations on item 5.2. And next deputant is Willa Marcus. Willa? No. Is Willa here? Yep, okay. Thank you. Thanks for joining us today. You have 5 minutes.
Well, Toronto, is this the proper volume? I'm a typical Toronto homeowner in Riverdale, which means that my house is the most valuable thing that I own, and I never thought I'd be here talking in front to city councillors about rooming houses, but I actually live beside a rooming house. And the problem is my neighbors are being evicted, and I'm not a policy person, a housing policy person. I just want to tell you the story because it is ongoing. And I want you to look at your policy from the light of how it would protect these people. Actually, I understand it wouldn't at all, but as I said, I'm not a policy person, and how it would protect people in the similar situations. My aim is to keep my neighbors. The rooming house is was called the Castle in the neighborhood. You can see it from right here. I'm putting a picture up of it. It's right here on this Stop the Eviction plaque. And we think that it was the nurses' residence to the 19th century cholera hospital, which stood where Bridgepoint now is. It's certainly been a rooming house for about 50 years, and certainly since my family moved in 30 years ago. There have been periods when it was less well run, but in the last 10 years, it's been very well run. And the 20 to 25 units each has a fridge and stove, and the bathrooms are shared. Because it's near Broadview, there's very easy access to TTC, which is great for not owning a car. And also you can walk to grocery stores, and there are other services, and you can get around on bicycle. And a couple of the neighbors, you can go down to TTC to go to work, and a couple of the neighbors spend time on the stoop as people head off in the morning. And I call one of these fellows the real neighborhood watch because he knows all the streets, dogs, and their owners. My backyard adjoins theirs, and so I see them outside in the summer because there's a barbecue out there and a picnic table, and there's a woman who has a very beloved dog that greets everybody with a yapping and a lick, and anyway. So last spring, the building was sold, and within weeks, all at once, 24 of my neighbors got eviction notices telling them to leave by November. This created quite a bit of shock and distress. Luckily, Councillor Fletcher got involved, and Legal Aid too. And when they met with the tenants and some of the neighbors who were also not pleased at this development, the Legal Aid a lawyer explained that the tenants shouldn't move as the eviction notices were drawn up so sloppily they probably couldn't be enforced. But of course, some people left almost immediately as soon as anything came up because they were so fearful of homelessness. And then, but when it came before the Landlord-Tenant Board, which I know is provincial and not controlled by City Council, sure enough, the board agreed that the eviction notices were improper and the tenants won. But this was already 8 months later, and the tenants were getting dispirited, especially as construction had started within the units that were vacant, and there was a lot of noise and a lot of dust. And it's uncertainty. You could live with the noise and the dust, but not with the uncertainty. So more left. Then the owners issued new, better written notices of eviction. The notices say the building is being demolished, which, as I understand, the landlord-tenant law doesn't actually mean a wrecking ball. It's not clear to me what it does mean, but certainly they want to do big renovations. They're taking out the kitchen facilities in each room and putting in washrooms with the apparent intention of building a common kitchen in the basement. Again, Legal Aid has said that there's a good chance the owners will lose on June 11th when it comes before the Landlord-Tenant Board, because it looks like this is a serious renovation, but not, quote, unquote, a demolition. Meanwhile, the street now has signs up like this. A bunch of the homeowners on the street have put these signs up, except bigger. But the stress is extremely heavy on the people there. And the woman who owned the dog has left because on top of the ongoing uncertainty, her dog became agitated by all the people going in and out of the unit and by the construction and the dust. And she's now living with friends past Newmarket, where you need a car, which she doesn't have. And she's traveling an hour and a half each way for work downtown. And the fellow who was, and last Thursday, the fellow who was the real neighborhood watch left after 20 years on the building and on that stoop. And again, the uncertainty pushed him out. Luckily, some of the others are bravely holding on, and apparently, as I said, there's a good chance they're going to win at the Landlord-Tenant Board, but attrition has done a big, big chunk of the work. And what do the new owners want to do with the place? We don't know for sure, but there's talk of they don't tell me, but there's talk of international student hostel. And as you know, they are, anyway, Toronto attracts a lot of young foreigners to its 6 weeks and 2-month English language courses, and they need housing too, and because they're not all billionaires, for sure, but we can't make that a reason for evictions. And what this international student hostel idea says to me, now that I've become interested in this housing policy to some degree, anyway, even if the city's on hold Airbnb rules eventually take effect, they will impact 30 days and under. But all the rooming houses, like the one
Willa,
next door to me,
I'm gonna
are sitting duck
to
targets.
ask you to start wrapping up. I give you almost 2 minutes extra.
into some form of short-term accommodations.
Okay.
Because what's great about, I'm going to just finish this thought, what's great about foreign students is that although living there for 2 months could give them rights under the Residential Tenancies Act, if they have no right to stay in Canada, that right isn't going to really mean anything. Anyway, I would like you to...
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Fletcher?
Yes. What was your last thought that you wanted to give us, Willa?
Just that, again, that you keep these people in mind when you're doing your policy as the sort of template among the people that you want to be able to be my neighbors again. And also, it's not over, and anything you can do for this situation is going to be very appreciated by the neighbors.
Just have
Thank you.
one more question.
Willa, can you, a couple of things. So thank you for being here today and thank you for all your work. And would you be able to give us a copy of your deputation? Can you provide that to the clerks? Would that be possible? Do you have it written down? They can take photocopies?
Yeah, I do have it written down, but I'll have to rewrite it a bit just so I can read it myself.
Okay.
I just want to ask one more question, is that in the city, rooming houses should be seen, or people that live in them and the neighbors might see them as an affordable housing opportunity. Would you agree with that? Because the rents are very, very reasonable. And it's not a fancy space, but it is a place for low-income people to live.
Absolutely.
Would you be
Absolutely.
surprised-
And it's been contrary to what you might think, especially in the last 10 years or so. There were periods where it wasn't well run, and you could hear domestic violence, and we had to call 911 because of that. But it's been very well run, and as somebody referred to it as a quality rooming house, but now it's been sold, and there are issues. It probably needs a lot of repairs, because because it probably hasn't been looked after as well as it should have, although it's been very well run. And it's just, it's distressing to me to have just lost, 20 neighbors in one fell swoop who were stably living there as a community. I didn't ever think I'd be coming here to talk about how I really want the rooming house next door to me, but I do.
Good. Thank you very much, Willa.
Thank you. Next deputant, Bart Posiet. Good morning, Bart. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Since I've handed in a written deputation that's supportive of some other deputations, you will see there is a concern that the regulations preserving dwelling units are not strong enough. I'm not going to comment on that. I do want to make a few points very briefly. Number one is the Rupert Hotel Coalition from 30 years ago is going to have a memorial in December, and you're all invited. I don't have the exact date yet, and you might want to come out and see what happened then. I mean, there was a lot of money, and then we rehabilitated rooming houses, but of course, at some point, the money ran out with the next government, and everything came to a standstill. But, for the time being, it was a great success. The second thing I want to comment on is the situation of licensed rooming houses in the city. If you look at the statistics over the last 30 years, you'll see that there's a really sharp decline in licensed rooming houses. Unlicensed rooming houses, we don't know exactly, but probably there's not that many as there used to be. Not in the city, it's the old city of Toronto. And right now, we're pretty well down to the tail end in licensed rooming houses in the city. And they're, to some extent, they're regulated, they're licensed, and they're legal. So where do all the people go? All these rooming houses that have over the years have closed down, mainly because of development pressure. All the landlords I used to know in Parkdale, not that I'm good friends with landlords, but they've all sold out and they've done quite well. But people have to go somewhere. So these places are closing down in the city. And where do people go? Well, maybe they go to areas where rooming houses are not allowed, like Scarborough, like North York, like East York. They're springing up like mushrooms, and they're totally unlicensed and unregulated because rooming houses are not allowed by the zoning. Now, that is a ridiculous thing, because rooming houses, generally rental housing, like any other kind of housing, should be allowed in all low-density districts, maybe not in, heavy industrial zones. So what's going on there? Those places are actually affordable. So on the one hand, there's a sector we're concerned about that's disappearing. On the other side, there's a sector that's springing up, and it's illegal by the standards of the people who live there. People don't want rooming houses there. And that is, I think, the sector to look at, to bring that in and bring it under licensing. And once you bring it under the licensing regime, like you have in Toronto, in the city of Toronto, then you have licensed rooming houses, which presumably will be affordable. The prices will go up a little bit, of course, but still. And there are there are thousands of unregulated, unlicensed rooming houses in the old suburbs of Toronto, which are now a disaster waiting to happen because they're not regulated and the tenants have no rights. So I think that will be the balance for the city. That is the sector to look at and bring that in. And then you have a lot more units. You don't have to worry about these little trickles of units in the city anymore that are going to be gentrified. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions of the Deputy? Councillor Perks.
Bart, I want to make sure I understand. Are you saying we should make rooming houses legal citywide?
Yes.
Thank you, Bart.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next Deputy, Sophia Jaworski. Sophia? No, she's not able to make it. Okay. Joy Connolly. Good morning, Joy.
Good morning. And I'm actually going to axe my speech and just make a few brief comments because many of the comments that are important to me have already been made. So I just want to say everything you heard, I support that too. But I just want to talk about three broader issues: how decisions are made, urgency, and strategy. So in the item of how decisions are made, like many of the people who you've heard from today, I was also disappointed to see that many of the items that were in the original draft had been changed, I thought, to the detriment of tenants in rooming houses. And when we spoke about that, staff said, well, look, we heard from developers and they said this, and we heard from you and they said that, and we had to find a middle ground. But I would submit, and I think we've heard this today, that the rights of people who are losing their homes, the rights of them to continue in their homes, are very different from the right of someone to just make some money. And they're not an even balance. And I think what we need to do is bring, as we heard this morning, a human rights lens to how decisions are made. I'm not blaming the planning division for that. They're just describing what's happening. But for you, as our elected representatives, I do think that you have a role to play in upholding the interests and the rights of the people who live in Toronto. That's the first thing. I think the second thing is urgency. It's been 4 years since Councillor Layton first brought forward this call to bring forward protections on dwelling rooms. I know that, just heard last week, Wood Green said that they are currently working or aware of 5,000 displaced people or people who had imminent risk of displacement, most of them people living in rooms or shared accommodation. We cannot wait. We must proceed quickly to move this forward. We also must move quickly to move it forward because some of the tools that we have traditionally used may no longer be effective or are losing their effectiveness. The city has done some really great work with displaced tenants, using housing allowances, using support services to find those people new homes. But the reality is the supply of affordable homes and alternatives is so small that there's nowhere to move to, even if you have housing allowances in your hands. Which leads me to the third issue, with strategy. We cannot build replacement housing fast enough to deal with 5,000 people being displaced. We can't even build respite centers fast enough. The best investment the city can make is preserving the affordable housing we already have. So this is one minor step, modest step towards that. There are many more steps that need to happen. And I urge you to move quickly to bring in the fixes that the Rooming House Working Group has told you about, get this policy approved ASAP, and then take the next big steps to protect these homes while, my goodness, while they still are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Any questions of the Deputant? No? Thank you so much. Thanks for all your advocacy as well. Okay, next, David Langley. It's a joy to work with him.
Hello.
Good morning,
As you know, my name is David Langley. I live in Parkdale. I'm now an ambassador for Parkdale. It hasn't been all roses since I've been in Toronto since the 80s. I was top 3% real estate. I got very ill, nearly died, ended up in a boarding home because lack of income. Now, affordability in housing is very important for most people that have ODSP, OW, and that, because majority of that money is for rent. And if it's really high, then they're missing meals and that. And they come to the rec center where I am, parked at rec center. We feed them 150 meals a day, twice a day. A majority of them go there because they don't have place or food. Now, the boarding homes that I've been in don't keep them up to date and kept well, sanitary. You go around, there's feces, urine everywhere. The staff treat anyone that has mental illness, they don't know how to handle it, treat like a prisoner because you have low income. Rooming houses, I've been in several that my friends are in. They're supposed to have a kitchen, they don't. The plumbing, it doesn't work. It's just a place they can sleep in. None of us call it home. It's not a home, it's just a place to live in. I've been on the street. I'm still on emergency housing list with Housing Connections. I'm on every list going for a proper home. It's hard to sleep in a place that I'm in now. I escaped the boarding home with all the threats, the violence and that. I'm in a house now where there's an individual that's been 12 years tormenting people, trying to burn it down, blow it up, and killing everybody. I'm still in there. There's no help. There's nowhere to go. My biggest question is, the people that are on the streets and are in the shelters, where are they going to go? We're looking at the people for housing. We're putting them in shelters. We're not looking after the best interests, the health. When they're in those closed environments, illnesses like MRSA, violence. A lot of people on the street, they're violent because they don't have a place. They're upset because they're forgotten. They see people getting food. They don't have it. They're misinterpreting somebody trying to have a home to not having a home, and they react. So I think if we can get real affordable housing, and I heard that the mayor is trying to sell off some property. Parkdale has a land trust where they take property off the market and develop for, whether it's rooming houses, boarding homes, whatever, housing. If the city could work in conjunction with them at ascertaining some property and make it so it's off market, the rent wouldn't go up, that would help the people. The people can actually help get a job, maintain the property, work in the property, and give them jobs. The area I live in, there's a lot of people are homeless, violent because they're out in the elements. They're not able to get income because they have no fixed address. And they're treated like dirt. And these are human beings, okay? I deal with them every day. I do conflict resolution. And the biggest issue is mental health. They don't know how to communicate to one another. I have mental health issues. If I don't take my medication, I die. Now, if I didn't have a house or a place I could take medication with food and that, I wouldn't be here today. I had 9 chances to go. I'm not up or down. I'm here to help. Now, my biggest thing is, if you're getting property to sell or dispose of, work with people that are working with people for proper housing. If you could develop, make it that there's more units than 20%. There's more people that need housing than 20% in a building. We have all those shelters, and they're in there. And the main problem in the shelter is they're violently attacked, sexually attacked, they get disease and everything else. And where do they go? Who can they talk to? You got that many people, there's not many people for them for counseling and that. And there's a big issue there. So affordability, more houses available. As I said, I'm still on an emergency housing list because I had the crap beat out of me in a shelter. And I lost my housing in that. Not due to my fault, because they were getting rid of the place. I've seen senior citizens thrown out of their place. They had 10 days notice. They don't know where to go.
I have to
Oh,
So,
ask you to
bottom
wrap
line.
up, David. Thank you.
Think it's a big deal. We're all humans, and we have majority of people in shelters and nowhere to go, and no safe place.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us today, David. Any questions of the deputant? Thank you. Thanks for joining us today, David. Next, Deputant Amy Hodgins. Amy?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Annie Hodgins, and I work at the Center for Equality Rights and Accommodation, where I'm the manager of our Housing Access, Stabilization, and Eviction Prevention Program. CERA, the Center for Equality Rights and Accommodation, has worked for over 30 years to advance housing security and human rights in housing for tenants and to promote the human right to housing across Ontario. We defend housing rights and human rights by providing direct services to marginalized Ontarians, educating individuals and communities, and advancing progressive and inclusive housing law and policy. The current housing market in Toronto is seeing less affordable housing every year, I think, as we all know very well, and we appreciate the effort the city is making to address the loss of dwelling rooms. We must not forget that the purpose of maintaining dwelling rooms was to protect some of the last stock of deeply affordable housing in Toronto, where the most vulnerable Torontonians live: seniors on fixed incomes, single people, refugees, students, people with disabilities, and those who live on social assistance. Protection of dwelling rooms is the protection of affordable housing, as someone has already pointed out, and in many cases, the prevention of homelessness. We would like to raise concerns that the official plan amendment to address the loss of dwelling rooms contains some elements that could lead to negative outcomes, including illegal evictions, predatory landlord practices, increased rents for dwelling rooms, and the normalization of expensive and unaffordable dwelling rooms. So we're calling on the Planning and Housing Committee to amend the proposed official plan amendment containing the revised policies to address the loss of dwelling rooms as proposed in the Rooming House Preservation Policy Working Group document that was submitted to you earlier this month. Sarah is a part of that group. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Annie. Next, Deputant Jeremy Witters. Good morning, Jeremy.
I'm a PhD student at U of T and a member of the Dwelling Room Working Group, from which we've heard many deputants, which wants the city to act swiftly to prevent the upscaling and conversion of dwelling rooms. For many tenants, dwelling rooms are life rafts, the last line of defense against falling into homelessness, and for many it's a springboard, the only affordable option for those escaping homelessness. We're losing these lifeboats very quickly, and we all take that very seriously. We're excited to be here working towards amending the official plan to extend the protections enjoyed by many renters for over a decade to our city's most vulnerable renters. We're over 10 years late on this, but we're glad to have some councillors here who recognize that and are pushing this forward. For the 347 rooming house dwelling room tenants in Parkdale alone who've been evicted and had their homes converted over the past decade, this amendment has come too late. But we're not here to dwell on that. Our responsibility is to ask whether, as drafted, it's coming as too little. Our working group thinks it is. We are particularly concerned that because these protections would only apply for 10 years, speculators are going to say, fine, I can play that long game, and in 10 years on the dot, we'll see people tossed onto the street. We think that the original draft suggestion of 25 years would be much more likely to discourage that. We're also particularly concerned these protections would only apply to buildings in which units rented below mid-range rent. So anything below about $1,300 per month would be protected, anything above isn't. We think that in an environment in which rents can be raised past that threshold the moment that a unit becomes vacant, and in which fines for harassment and illegal evictions are so paltry as to not be a financial or criminal disincentive for those who do so, this amendment creates a perverse incentive for owners to harass and illegally evict tenants. We're very concerned that if you allow this amendment to pass without closing these loopholes, many people will be kicked out of their homes as a result. And with the vacancy rate at practically zero for deeply affordable units, most of them are going to end up in truly desperate situations.
Yes.
At the same time, some of us recognize that in the name of getting this amendment passed and not challenged at the LPAT, you are attempting to align this amendment with the existing rental replacement policy. And so as a consequence, our broader concern is with the weaknesses that plague the rental unit protection policy in general, loopholes which the dwelling room protection policy will inherit and carry forward. This OPA is urgent. It's a first step to address the rapidly escalating trend of dwelling room loss. We recognize we can't afford to delay these protections. However, if you insist on passing this amendment as currently drafted, I hope you'll demonstrate that you've heard and take seriously our concerns about its inadequacies and request staff to initiate a rights-based evaluation of the rental unit replacement policy as a whole with a goal of improving both policies once this amendment is in place. I would hope that a thorough evaluation would examine the policy and put forward recommendations for how to make this policy more effective based on questions that my colleague Emily Paradis, right after us, is going to put forward, explicit recommendations. Today we've been reminded by Leilani Farha that our city needs to adopt a rights-based approach to housing. I think we'd all agree this means a lot more than just paying liberal lip service to sunny principles. A rights-based approach means whenever we debate a policy, we place front and center the question, how does this protect or expand access to adequate housing for those who have lost it or for those who are at risk of losing it? Today, there are tens of thousands of people across this city whose rents are being pushed past what they can pay. Their disposable income is being increasingly disposed of by property owners who know that affordable vacancies don't exist and there's nowhere else to go. That's nothing new, and it's getting worse. What is new is that over the past decade, we've seen a growing influx of relatively affluent renters, locked out of home ownership but with little new supply of rental units to provide for them. Owners of affordable rental units are cashing out on this situation, and real estate speculators are swooping in and ruthlessly repositioning our actually affordable stock, left, right, and center. For hundreds of thousands of people in Toronto on lower fixed income, renting has become a game of musical chairs. We're losing them. It's happening faster and faster. I think today we should send a strong message that we cannot permit the last chairs to get pulled out from our most vulnerable tenants. When we proceed in the coming months with deciding the extent to which we're going to protect these lifeboats, we should leave behind us concerns about balancing the entitlements of a few thousand dwelling room owners with the needs of the tens of thousands living month to month in a state of emergency, and the many thousands more living day to day, shelter to shelter. So I'd like to see commitments to reviewing and strengthening the rental replacement policy immediately. And while we do so, the right to adequate housing must be accorded more weight than the sense of entitlement of property owners to maximize their revenue. And I think my colleague Emily Paradis will be speaking more to those hopes in the next deputation.
Thank you. And any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you, Jeremy. Thanks for joining us today. Next deputant, it's Emily Paradis.
I'm a housing researcher and advocate. I work with many fantastic community organizations, including the Parkdale Neighbourhood Land Trust, and I teach in the Urban Studies program at University of Toronto. And I have to say that I find it quite inspiring to see the brain trust that today's items have brought out for comment, and the incredible amount of expertise in the room is really astonishing, and gives me faith that our city can move forward and make bold decisions. Like Joy, I'd like to just underscore that I agree with everything that was said before, so I share the concerns that Melissa Goldstein raised and that Pablo underscored with regards to specific items in the revisions that significantly weaken the potential of this policy to do the work that it's meant to do, which is protect rooming house tenants and protect affordable stock. I'd like to address three key areas and then follow up on Jeremy's excellent comments with regards to a rights-based analysis. I'd like to raise a similar question that Joy raised with regards to some of the rationales that we're hearing for the shortcomings in the policy as a whole and the proposed revisions. So some of those key shortcomings, of course, as you've already heard, are the 10-year limit to the affordability period, the failure of this particular policy and the rental unit replacement policy to protect against rent evictions and upscaling and other forms of interior changes that don't require planning approvals. So in other words, the failure to protect Willis neighbors, for example. And the exemption clause for buildings in which units are, rents are above the mid-range, which we're very concerned could lead to deliberate upscaling, displacement of sitting tenants who are paying low rents, and doubling or tripling of the average rents in a building in order to set it up for redevelopment down the road, part of that long game that Jeremy talked about. So when we spoke with staff about the rationale for these changes, we heard, as Joy mentioned, that staff heard concerns from developers that the 10-year period made redevelopment not feasible. We heard that they were trying to balance the needs of developers with the needs of tenants. And we heard that the city's attempting to align this amendment as closely as possible with the rental unit replacement policies already in place. So these rationales raise a fundamental question about the purpose of this official plan amendment. Is it not intended to stem the escalating loss of affordable rental units and dwelling rooms in the city? Is it not intended to protect the housing rights of low-income renters? And if that's the intent, then there's only a few options available to us. Ideally, of course, the city would acquire these buildings and operate them in perpetuity as nonprofit housing. Failing that, we need, at the very least, to discourage their redevelopment. In other words, our policy shouldn't be seeking to make it feasible. It should be seeking to discourage it and make it financially unviable to upscale these buildings and evict these tenants. So as Leilani's remarks made so clear, we need to shift our approach to housing in this city to a rights-based approach. And I don't think we need to wait for the HOT plan to undertake that approach. I think that we can begin here today with a rights-based assessment of the rental unit replacement policy that currently exists, and conduct the very important rights-based monitoring and evaluation that Ms. Farha set out as one of the key components of a rights-based approach to housing. Such an assessment would undertake to examine what has the impact of the rental unit replacement policy been for tenants, and how can it be strengthened in order to better protect housing rights and affordable housing stock in our city.
Thank you, Emily. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? No. Councillor Wong-Tam?
Thank you, and I recognize that we're going to be racing against the clock before the lunch break, and I know we want to wrap this up, I think, beforehand. Is that correct?
I'm just going to ask the committee to, hopefully we can wrap up this, but I'm going to save a few minutes because Councillor Robinson has questions of the chair of the local appeal body, and he can't come back this afternoon. So if we could just indulge, if the committee could indulge us just to make sure that that happens as well, that'd be great.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Now I know what comes next. Question to staff is with respect to the 10-year sort of time period, and we've heard that there were some concerns that it's not enough. We need to be able to capture that in perpetuity. How would you respond to that?
Thank you. The revised policy sets out moves from a 10-year minimum affordability and proposes a minimum obligation of 10 years, and there's an additional policy attached to that says that we will seek all opportunities that we can to achieve 49 years. And the opportunity there is that the reasoning to move from 10 is that we heard a range of opinions in our consultation on that affordability period. And our experience with the rental housing replacement policy, which also has a policy obligation of 10 years, that we very often will layer on through a Section 37 contribution or through an open door program incentive, an additional length of affordability. So that's our proposed approach.
But at the end of 10 years, and even if it's 15 or 20 years, the eventuality is that the caps are lifted. It's no longer affordable. The inventory is gone. A dwelling unit right now generally stays affordable for a significantly long time until there's a dramatic intervention such as a rezoning application or a complete change of the land use. If we ask for a minimum of 10, we're only going to get a minimum of 10. If we ask for a minimum of a higher number, we'll probably get that higher number. Why only 10?
Again, in bringing forward the revised policies, we made a number of changes in attempts to balance the range of comments we heard. So, for example, we reduced the threshold from 10 to 6, and we deepened affordability levels to 80% of CMHC for where there's no returning tenant for replacement rooms or units. So we also made a decision to propose a revision to the length of affordabilities on balance that we thought that reflected the range of comments.
And yet the comments that we heard today they run counter to what you've just described.
Again, we heard from a large number of people through the consultation and had a very wide-ranging number of comments and opinions on all aspects of our policy. And so today, absolutely, we have heard from those people who feel that the 10 years is not adequate.
Okay. Thank you. I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
A couple of questions. First of all, at the end of the 10 years, the tenant is paying a rent in a unit, and they still have the protection of the tenant law, don't they? The provincial landlord-tenant requirement that they just don't get evicted arbitrarily.
So 1 second, I'm just getting clarifications. Thanks.
Like the unit doesn't just vanish, they still have 10-year rights.
No, so the rent would go up after the 10 years if they're sitting. Right, the rent would not go up after 10 years if they are a sitting tenant.
So if there's a sitting tenant in that unit paying a rent, the 10 years expires, they have the same rights as any tenant under the Landlord-Tenant Act, that their rents don't go up arbitrarily.
That's correct.
And that they don't get evicted. So it's not like the unit disappears in 10 years.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no, that'll do for now.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, speakers? Councillor Perks.
Okay, I have two motions. The first motion is that recommendation 1 be amended to change the scheduled open house date from May 23rd to May 6th, and that recommendation 2 be amended to change the date of the statutory public meeting to be held by the Planning and Housing Committee from July 3rd to May 28th. The second is that the Planning and Housing Committee requests the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, and the Director of Affordable Housing to give consideration to the public presentations and correspondence during the development of the Housing Opportunity Report, and 2, that the Planning and Housing Committee requests the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, and the Director of Affordable Housing to review the existing rental housing replacement policy. So just a quick explanation of what those two things do. What we have today is a report from staff on what they heard during the consultation, and a suggestion that they do a final consultation based on the plan they've got in front of us, and then bring us the actual bylaw for an actual statutory meeting in July. I'm proposing that we bring forward that statutory meeting so it's not in July, but is instead in May. And the reason is very simple. Well, there's two reasons. One is it's urgent. Every month that goes by, another one of these properties gets put on the market, and another group of tenants gets a bunch of illegal eviction notices. So I want to move as quickly as I can. The other is, as you know, that last council meeting before the summer break often has a ton of work on it. And last year, if you recall, some stuff got deferred. And if we defer this into the fall, we're going to wind up potentially with this not even getting done until the Housing Opportunity Report is in front of us. So let's
get it done now. That's what the first motion does. The second recognizes that the legal and political context that we're operating in is not yet the correct one. We still operate in a legal and political context where housing is a commodity. And our existing policy framework, our existing housing plan, the stuff that we're seeing coming out of the province, and I suspect it's going to get worse before it gets better, does not yet give the City of Toronto the legal tools to bring in all the changes we would want to see at this moment. And so most of what we heard about the risks associated with the policy today has to do with landlords illegally increasing, and I heard one person say potentially tripling the rent, which is illegal in tenant law. And we have to figure out what policy tools we have available to us to try to solve a tenant law problem that isn't available to us to solve in a planning law tool. So maybe we need to recognize that there needs to be a companion piece where we provide more robust support to things like the tenant hotline and the various tenant defense resources, so that we know that the tenant, we know that the protection for the 6 units is there, but the tenants know it too and have recourse to legal supports so they don't get illegally evicted or illegally have their rents doubled and tripled, in order to try to create a financially viable proposal to evict them, if you follow me. So I don't want to lose the very valuable input we heard today, but I want to get a policy in place so that when we bring back a rights-based housing approach, we have something to rest it on, we have something to protect people in the interim, and we understand that we have to go further. That's basically what my 2 motions do.
Thank you.
The mover on the first, if I could see the first motions related to timelines. So my concern is public consultation is, a really important part of any policy or work we're doing. Tomorrow is May 1st. This recommendation is May 6th. So I'm not sure how staff would adequately promote and ensure it was an inclusive event if it's going to happen literally in a few business days.
So I have to tell you a secret. I've been working with staff for a couple of weeks on how to advance that, and they've already provided notice to the various stakeholders who've been involved in the consultation to date that the May 6th date is the likely date. We just have to formally change it in the recommendations.
So without committee's input, they went ahead and
Maybe
did that?
ask staff to nod.
Yeah.
Look at that, the chief planner is nodding his head yes.
Yeah, but my question is, we want to be very inclusive
Yes.
and ensure people are aware of this. And if this
Yes.
is just happening today at committee, even
Okay.
though there's been conversations in advance, that doesn't give me comfort.
Maybe I need to give you a little more information then. Staff have been consulting on this. They do have a robust list of stakeholders, many of whom are here today. They know. There are also some business stakeholders who've been involved and have been involved all along, like Build, for example. They know. This isn't a matter of going out for the first time and finding out who's interested in this. We have been consulting on this since the middle of last year already, and have built a thorough list of people from all points of view. So no, I don't have any concerns about that at all.
Well, my question is, I do, and are ratepayers associations and residents organizations included in this process?
We have
Questions, I guess.
in the areas that I'm familiar with, there was notice that went out through my community on this. I don't know if every councillor's done that, but I'm not concerned about that because we are at literally the end of the process here. We're not starting a process.
No, but I am concerned about it because
And you feel free to speak
public
to
consultation is at
that
the
when it's
heart
your
of-
turn.
of
Yep.
City Hall. And so I'm concerned about this motion, advancing it so rapidly without proper, due diligence.
Is that a question?
Yes.
So I understand that you're concerned. Yes.
By moving this
Yes, I am absolutely convinced we're doing good due diligence because the city has been consulting for over 6 months.
Thank you. I am going to ask the committee to indulge us to have Councillor Layton say a few words.
Thank you. And in the interest of time, I'm going to try to be very brief. Last Wednesday evening, I met some residents out front of a building in Kensington Market, and we somehow got past their buzzer system and had to flyer a couple floors of a building that's being illegally evicted. That one being rent-evicted because there's no application in front of the city. The new landlord denies any knowledge of letters going to residents that we have well documented about them being coerced into signing forms that give away their rights as tenants. Sadly, it was actually the week before on Good Friday, the new landlord decided to host a meeting at 8 o'clock, Good Friday evening, an evening of a Leaf game and a Raptors playoff game, and thought that it was a good idea to start to reach out to tenants at that particular time. Unfortunately, they've been able to now get a couple of tenants to sign away their rights. This happens regularly in our city. One of the impetuses for this report was a letter that I wrote as a result of a very large-scale eviction of a property where the landlord was trying to empty the building for sale because the new purchaser didn't want the hassle of the almost 100 men that lived in that rooming house. 100 rooms. Imagine 100 rooms of affordable housing coming to this committee. I bet at least 3 speakers on this committee would say a positive thing, would speak positively about 100 rooms. And these were deeply affordable units, $500, $600, $700 units on King West. Gone. Because a new landlord didn't want the trouble of recognizing the rights of those tenants. I appreciate the work that staff has put in on this, and maybe it's that we're being a little too timid about how we need to challenge what we're doing to protect housing in the city. Maybe our existing protection policies for rental aren't sufficient enough, but I'm not convinced that this policy is going far enough. I'm willing to put trust in staff and in the motions that Councillor Perks has put forward to say we need to resolve these issues in our rental policies as a whole. But we need to start challenging. And if we're just worried about getting overturned at the courts, I would much prefer to stand up for good policy and get overturned and told we can't by the courts than I would from not even trying and perhaps putting people or giving landlords an out to evict and eliminate these units from our rental stock. I'd much prefer a Vancouver model where we have enormously large costs associated with this that either A, discourage, or B, let us replace these units if needed. I would much prefer a model that goes down that row. I think the term of protection is too short, and over the course of time, we'll see a loss in the level of affordability that these units bring. So I share the concerns of the deputants, but I'm willing to put some trust in a motion that instructs our staff to review the terms of our rental replacement policy in hopes that we can strengthen those and start closing these loopholes that allow for landlords to eliminate through sheer greed and economics some of the most affordable units in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
I'm hoping that we will not finish this, but come back and move our motions up right after lunch, since we're coming back. Chair?
I was going to extend to finish. I was hoping to finish this.
The whole thing?
No. Just this item, and give the chance for Councillor Jay Robinson to ask questions of the chair of the local appeal body.
Before?
Before lunch, I would extend to do this. Is that okay? With that, actually, I'll put that motion on the table for us to finish this item.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay.
Finish this item and allow Councillor Jay Robinson to ask questions of the chair of the local appeal body.
And then what?
And then we break for lunch and come back after lunch to finish the agenda.
That's pretty far extended. That might be. Pardon? Is Councillor Robinson not going to be here in the afternoon?
No, it's the chair of the local appeal
Oh,
body.
the chair, how long do you think that's going to be? Okay.
Well, it can't be more than 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, you already did that? Look at that. Well, I had a motion.
All those in favor of extending?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I'm opposed, because I got a different motion, and I don't think I can move that at council, but I just want to say that what someone said as a deputant, and I believe what the UN Housing Commissioner said.
You said you had a motion, Councillor?
I do, but it's not ready, so.
Okay.
We can't do it at council because this is deferred. This item is not on the agenda. I don't believe this is going to council, is it? Is it? It's only at committee.
Oh, it says at committee.
Right.
Go ahead.
Okay, Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, and hopefully this might give you a little time to prepare the motion. If I can ask the clerk to move the motion onto the screen. Essentially, it's to have our committee direct the chief planner, the executive director of city planning, to take all the communications and all the deputations from today in addition to the consultant's summary report on the public consultations, and to make sure that all of that is considered as they prepare and get to the final recommendations in the revised official plan amendments, with the purpose of course, retaining dwelling rooms. I want to thank the deputants for their communications. I want to also just provide a compliment that the correspondence and communication is so succinct and clear. You are working with staff, and it was very clear to me that you were speaking specifically and very succinctly to the things that you highlighted that needed some extra attention. And I want to thank you for that, because I think it's very, very helpful as staff are going to go through the body of communication once again. To the comment and the one piece I'm going to draw out of Joy Connolly's presentation, and thank you, Joy, wherever you are, you're still here. You talked about Wood Green Community Services being aware of potentially up to 5,000 potential displacements that are due to construction impacts and rezoning. It is so significant, that number. And I know that some of it is happening in the downtown, some of it is happening in Midtown, some of it is happening just about every single ward. Last night I was at a meeting for the Queen River Secondary Plan, which is a secondary plan that the City of Toronto had just adopted in 2014 that said a particular neighborhood at Queen and River was going to be designated and sustained as neighborhood. A group of property owners decided that they didn't want that anymore after we just moved through the secondary plan review. And so we attended another meeting that is now putting before us potentially removing the neighborhood designation and moving it to mixed use, which requires a very different set of criteria of what is permitted with respect to height, density, massing, and so forth. It's happening everywhere. And the folks that were there in the audience, I just want to share this because I think it just sort of highlights what is going on, was also from Wood Green. Wood Green happens to be the one community service provider that we reached out to every single time the rental replacement program is kicked into effect, where we need someone out there who's going to manage all the displacements, to find those tenants new accommodations, and then to negotiate with our affordable housing staff, how do we get people out of the properties that are going to be demolished or renovated, and move them safely. But it is happening on such a massive scale that the Wood Green staff person said to me, I don't know where, Councillor, I'm going to place these tenants if they happen to be displaced. in this pocket of a new secondary plan that's literally 5 years old, that we're cracking open again based on the fact that there's a whole bunch of stakeholders, quote unquote, who are property owners that changed their mind. They don't want this anymore. So this massive housing crisis that we're in is largely even perpetuated by ourselves. And which is why I think the presentation from Lalani Farha was so particularly timely. And I just want to thank the deputants for your contributions, because I don't think, based on what I'm reading in the consultant's summary report on the consultations, really captured everything that you had then put in here. And I'm just hoping that staff please take one additional look. We may not necessarily agree on everything, but I'm going to trust that this needs to be done, this particular acceleration around Councillor Perks's work with you, because he's losing properties in his community every single day. Councillor Layton is, and I know I am, and so is everyone else across the city. And Councillor Fletcher, we heard that very clearly from your community. I know we can't slow this down. I also don't want to necessarily redirect staff to do anything other than what they're doing, and then to move with lightning speed to hopefully strengthen as much as you can as we get to the finish line.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, is it possible to use the word request instead of direct?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, are you ready?
Yes, I am, and Councillor Perks has told me that I can't move this motion, so I'm listening to my colleague. Thank you. Yes, you did. It's okay. I am just out of this great report, and I just first of all have to thank the fantastic community of Parkdale, who brought all this forward and has done so much heavy lifting there in trying to protect so many people that are being rent-evicted and thrown out on the street. It's very upsetting. And Councillor Perks, who is champion of his community and for affordable housing. It is a very important thing to have champions. This whole discussion, and I will support that motion. I know there's concerns. I think we can bake everything together, take the issues the delegates have raised and deputies have raised, and have staff consider all of that, and any of the implications that may be there around zoning or the OMB or anything else, to come up with something that is going to work for everybody. And these conversations will continue, and I do support bringing this back quickly. I was saying earlier, this is like the clearances in Scotland. People are being cleared out of buildings. When Councillor Layton says 100 people cleared, 24 of them at Langley cleared. There's another building, it's a rental apartment building at Queen and Logan, 18 apartments being cleared out. And the power of those landlords to hand out an N13 that says, you are being evicted. And a tenant is sitting there with that wondering, what the heck am I going to do? I'm paying a very low rent. I'm paying a rent. I've been here, one guy was there, he's been there for 35 years. It's his home. And being rent-evicted by a landlord that says, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. You know, I think that if it wasn't for the legal clinics that we have in our city, these tenants would have nothing. Nothing. So I pay tribute to the hardworking lawyers in our legal clinics, Parkdale Legal Clinic, Kensington, what's going to be our new Don Valley, that's Flemington and, pardon? West Toronto, Flemington and East Toronto. They're being merged, but they're still doing that great work. It is really a great concern. We cannot build housing fast enough to replace any of this. And somebody mentioned that earlier in the UN, our UN great woman, she mentioned that. We simply can't. How long does it take to actually initiate and build our wood green housing at Gerrard and Leslie? This is a 6-year project to get it started, to get it bought, to get it zoned, to get the money from different places, and then to build it. So in 6 years, imagine how many people can be rent-evicted unless we figure this out. So many people unfairly rent-evicted. And I'm going to go back to the landlord, because when you get an N13 and you're somebody who is on ODSP or you're somebody who's on a low income or working 3 or 4 jobs, imagine what that's like. I try to imagine what that's like. You are terrified. You figure, I have to get out right away. And then they come and say, oh, I'm going to give you $3,000. I'm going to give you $5,000 to get you out of here. So those apartments at Logan and Queen, which are very modestly rented at the moment, are posted on the internet at $2,500 a month. They've not been renovated yet. They're just seeing what kind of interest there is. Because as our mid-rise policies, and this is an unintended consequence of development, is that everybody wants a piece of the pie, including those people that own those apartments. So my point really is, I don't think that at the city level, we have put enough of our power into this renovictions issue. I don't think that we have city legal teed up to say, how can we help make sure that we keep people in their homes rather than spending 6 years trying to replace the number of units that would be lost. I don't think we have enough from our buildings department. When somebody says they're demolishing a building to the Landlord and Tenant Act and they're changing a few light fixtures, that is not a demolition. That should not be seen as a demolition. The city, I believe, and that's the motion I'm trying to move that Councillor Perks says we'll move next month, makes it much clearer for us to weigh in on the renovictions issue. How many are there? What can we do to help? Where is that center, that beating heart to help
Councillor, I'm going to have to ask
that
you
are
to
being
wrap up.
renovicted? And there are hundreds and hundreds of them, even as we're sitting here in this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford?
Thanks very much. I will be brief. I'll be supporting the motions in front of us. I appreciate Councillor Perks' expedition of this. The bylaw update was supposed to be here a little bit earlier, and staff have indicated that the stakeholders have been involved for 6 months now and along the process, and they're able to deliver it. Of all the affordable housing stock in the city, nearly half is shared accommodation. Having the policies to protect these dwelling rooms is a critical part of the solutions that we really need to address as housing policy. We've all been hearing about that this morning. And, I think the draft policy that we have in front of us, it is a strong one. It could go further, but it's really an important piece of this conversation and the work that we're doing on a broader housing opportunities work that will be coming back this fall. And I appreciate Councillor Wong Tam's motion there to have the discussion from today and your comments and your feedback reflected in that as we're going forward. I think that we've really listened to and heard some of the most critical feedback over this process, which was really to revise that threshold to capture the projects with 6 units. In my view, that will significantly increase the number of units that we can protect and replace. And I also did want to comment on your comments today that we heard about the legality of multi-tenant housing across the city. The report wasn't specifically trying to deal with that issue, but I am glad that the feedback in there mentions that we'll be looking at rooming housing permissions across the city, that's still on the work plan, because we need dwelling rooms across the city of Toronto to maintain affordability. So we got to move forward with that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Seeing no other speakers. Okay, Councillor Robinson.
I guess the big picture issue here is just the aggressive level of development that Toronto is under. More cranes than New York City and most North American cities, if not all. So at the end of the day, council has some say in that. But that's why in my neck of the woods, I'm fighting a lot of these developments because there isn't the infrastructure to support them. And here's another issue that's problematic. So I think council has to really focus in on what we're doing. We heard earlier from a very notable speaker, and again yesterday, hearing her interviewed, stock is not an issue here. It's the type of stock. And so I think we have to really, as this committee and as a council, look at what we're doing in this city. I think what's happening here is overly aggressive.
Thank you. I would just like to be very brief, but I would like to first of all thank everybody that I know has been working very hard to be part of the discussions and all the stakeholders and doing a lot of policy work to facilitate the conversation also with our staff and support our staff. So thank you for all the work that has been done in the community on this issue as well. I appreciate the work that some of my colleagues have been putting on this because they too feel it on a daily basis, the loss of these rooming houses. And I know that a lot of them share with me that this is probably the toughest cases we have walking into our offices is when somebody is about to become homeless, when somebody is in need of housing, and you know that you're working hard, but you just don't have a way to help them. And there's nothing more frustrating, nothing tougher, I think, in this job that we have as counselors than when we have somebody in front of us in that situation. And I know that there's a lot of people out there at risk of losing their homes right now in our city. And as many of my colleagues have said, it's good, it's important to create affordable housing, to create tools to bring affordability and in the city, but you can't be losing it on the other side. It is as important to maintain the stock that we have and to maintain the affordability in that stock. And that's why some of these initiatives that we've been seeing coming to this community are so important, because we can't afford to lose this stock. I just bring one more issue, and I recognize that this policy doesn't go far enough, but it is a first step. I think we also need to keep in mind that this is not only about protecting the physical structure. We, in the Affordable Housing Office a few years ago, we actually ran a program that we legalized, I believe it was almost 500 rooming houses in the old city of Toronto. In the old city of Toronto, where they are legal, there's still many, many illegal rooming houses. And that's another problem that we need to tackle, is as we as a city, not only we protect, make sure that they continue to exist, but we ensure that the tenants have good, livable conditions in those rooming houses. So that is also an important question that we have to keep in mind as we are developing policy and tools to support these people. It's not the right to stay, but to make sure that they live in good conditions where they are. So with that said, I'm going to ask for a vote on this, on the motions. If I could have the motions up. And Councillor Perks, all those in favor? That carries. Next motion. Councillor Perks, all those in favor? That carries. Councillor Wong Tam's motion, all those in favor? That carries. Item as amended.
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote.
All those in favor of the item as amended, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Perks, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Bailão, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Wong Tam. That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Good. If I could now allow Councillor Robinson to ask questions on item 5.7, I believe. Yeah, Toronto Local Appeal Body. So the chair won't be back in the afternoon, so anybody that has questions, I canvassed, I know that Councillor Robinson has some questions of the chair.
We also have deputations on this.
We'll continue after. It's
Okay.
just to give anybody that has questions of the chair, because he won't be back after lunch.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. If I could just ask a little bit of silence so we can finish our work. Go ahead, Councillor Robinson.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for changing the order to allow for this. I think it's a very important topic. I would have loved to have heard the deputations first, but I do appreciate you accommodating this. And thank you very much for being here today. We haven't had the chance to meet, but it's nice to see you here today. I guess I would just start by asking you a little bit about this compensation that's being recommended, and just if you could just provide committee some clarity around this request for additional compensation.
There are 6 recommendations. That's recommendation 2, I believe, and it's somewhat outdated. This is an annual report for 2018. Since 2018, the City Manager's Office has reported and has made a number of changes to the compensation schedule of members and in respect of some of the peace unit work that the tribunal does. But like all things, it's probably not adequate, but it has advanced, and I continued the recommendation because it was applicable in that year and continues modestly applicable, but has been addressed to a degree, as far as I know, by council.
Thank you. And then I guess I'm hearing from residents about the increased average length of the hearings. And I guess I would ask you, what are the factors that have led to the significant increase in the average hearing length?
I think we've recognized as a tribunal that when minor variance and consent applications are joined to create a number of lots, the issues that attend that are greater in number, and the participants and parties involved are greater in number, and it has led us to a policy decision to schedule two-day hearings in respect to those matters. However, there are instances throughout the city, particularly in Long Branch, where the interest in those appeals is so significant that we have multiple parties, multiple witnesses, professional witnesses, and long lists of participant witnesses, up to 25 in the latest example, that we have not been able to contain that within a 1 or 2 day sitting. To be fair to the residents, to be fair to the parties and participants, the tribunal wishes to accommodate them and to reschedule additional time, and we've had to do that. Unfortunately, our bookings are 3 months in advance, and to fit in additional dates beyond the 2-day allocation has required some delay and inconvenience, both to the tribunal and the players. It's all for a fair hearing, a full
Yeah,
hearing.
okay, so anyway, I guess what kind of support are residents getting? You know, I could call it the David and Goliath effect. And if hearings are 2-3 days, people have to take days off work to participate. So I guess I'm not sure how that aids the residents and residents associations really having a strong footing and having their voices heard in these processes, which we really seized this to try to make it more level the playing field. So I guess how have we, how are these kind of things helping residents versus developers?
Let me come to the time element in a moment, but we have just gone through a greater than 1 year review of the rules, including deputations from residents associations and the industries to make the rules more user-friendly. In terms of residents associations, we have amended the rules to lighten up the responsibilities. We have extended timelines for filings to give more broader opportunities for getting their submissions in time. We have moved to recognize local opinion experts as opposed to expert witnesses qualified by education or experience. So we're much more entertaining of local knowledge experts from the local community. We have as well adopted...
Sorry, I'm going to cut you off. I'm sorry, that's rude, but I have one more quick question for you, and I'll circle back on some of those other things. The last question is, things go to COA and the residents win, then they go to your organization and the residents lose. Do you feel is there any stats or numbers on who's winning the appeals, and does it seem to be development friendly? That's what I'm hearing a bit of, and I don't know if that's a fair comment, but I put it out to you.
Yeah, you get both sides of that spectrum. The development community will say in the local newspapers, Leaside and others, that it's not developer friendly because we are supporting the retention of neighborhood characteristics that are prevalent in a physical sense. Ratepayers will be sometimes disappointed that we've allowed development to occur where the evidence is justified on its merits approvals. And that's going to be a debate that will continue. Mr. Keevy behind me and others have attempted to particularize the win-loss record of a proceeding. We sit on appeal on multiple variance and consent files. The appellant can differ. It can be the applicant owner, or it can be a ratepayer, or it can be a neighbor. The issues can be narrowed. Win-loss is absolutely impossible to measure because of the variables that are in place on an appeal. Who appeals, what's appealed, and what the disposition of the committee itself was in the first round. All those variables make a statistical record of win-loss attributable to some measure of applicant owner, builder, neighbor who wishes to expand something, or ratepayer, makes that measure absolutely unreliable. You would have to do a much finer-tuned analysis to make any win-loss record useful as an indicator. So we have heard suggestions that we are both sides of the fence. We are ratepayer-friendly, and we are developer-friendly. All I can say is it's a more balanced approach out of the communities of Toronto than the previous provincial tribunal, where I think the sentiment was much more leaning towards the development community. We have taken the city's official plan at heart, and we are attempting to ensure that its protection of neighborhoods and communities are given full weight and full measure.
Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam, you have a couple of questions.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Lord, for your time and attention, and also for your excellent report. It was very helpful. With respect to organizations reaching out to, I guess, to a TLAB representative to set up additional information sessions, there's a level of reactionness, so for lack of a better word. Therefore, you have to wait until someone requests a meeting or additional information before TLAB steps out to the public and says, let me give you more information. Would it be helpful if, for example, city planning was to work with TLAB to set up some public information sessions about what new TLAB does, what they don't do, maybe go through the CFA process a little bit with average citizens who may not be represented by an organization or a residents association? Would that have value?
That's one thing that was requested in the deputations that were made. Because of the cancellation of the Provincial Tribunal Support Center, the ratepayer communities are looking for support. I can tell you that the Committee of Adjustment has just published a user-friendly manual on its operations. And the TLAB, Toronto Local Appeal Body, is just promoting and publishing its revised public information guide, both of which are electronically available and answer the frequently asked questions and outreach type questions. So those documents are available and are very fresh and are very new and are intended for that purpose. We at TLAB respond to councillor requests to come to local communities to describe our process and educate them. We've done that in 2017 and 2018 and would continue to do it. And the community has asked for the City of Toronto to make available, I guess, live body persons who they could react with, both in terms of information, but I think also advice. And that's where TLAB can't really help. We have a trial setting when we're not in business meetings, and that trial setting means we can't discuss individual cases and should not and would not.
Thank you very much. In your annual report, you also highlight that there was some local citizen groups who felt that they were sort of, I guess, just to create the visualization, that they were sort of always up against Goliath, and they saw themselves as a little David. And recognizing that the Local Planning Appeal Support Center that was envisioned by the previous provincial government that has now, that particular initiative is no longer available. It's gone altogether. We didn't even get it off the ground. Would there be some value in creating a very Toronto-specific support center for local planning appeals? So therefore, we don't wait for the province, let's just do it ourselves.
I think there is a clear request for that. The only way we've been able to deal with it is to suggest that the universities, each of whom have planning programs, Ryerson, Toronto, and York, that perhaps they could develop a support center but a publicly funded one by the city would perform the same function and perhaps could do it in a form of seminars or other activities. And there is a demand for that. It's a question of convenience and convening it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, and we'll break for, do people need a little, 1:30, we're back? We're good? 1:30? Good for me? Okay, we'll be back at 1:30, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will be locking the doors shortly, so if you could please make your way out, that would be appreciated. The rooms will reopen at 20 after 1. Thank you. If we could please clear the room, we'll be back at 20 after to open the doors again, but if you could please leave for lunch break. Thank you so much.
Okay, and we do have quorum. So with the indulgence of committee, we'll continue on item 5.7 since we started asking questions. And so we have two deputants on item 5.7, Toronto Local Appeal Body Chair's 2018 Annual Report. And the first speaker is Ron Jameson. Ron?
Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to have one visual up, and this is my calendar for the month of July. What you see in green are TLAB hearings that we're involved in our neighborhood. And you'll see that there's a TLAB hearing every week during that month that we're involved in for 6 different cases. The blue represents my 1-week vacation with my family. So we have some issues with TLAB, but not bad issues. Generally, we feel that the initiatives that Mr. Lord has taken have created a forum that's much more inclusive and respectful for the residents. Procedural fairness compared to the OMB, no comparison. There's no hidden bombs to go off. And while residents may not be entirely in support of TLAB's rules and forms, at least they provide a roadmap for getting through the process. And I think it's just a question of the residents getting used to working with them. And a lot of them aren't necessarily professionals. My background's in engineering and business, and my success in both fields is predicated on my ability to identify root causes of problems and identifying strategies to address those. With that, as a neighborhood association, we're absolutely agreed that the lack of definition of the term minor variance is what's really driving the caseload at the Committee of Adjustment and ultimately at TLAB. There currently exists no clear, objective definition of when a variance no longer qualifies as minor. It's not defined in the Planning Act. It's not defined in the official plan. It's not defined in the bylaw. And the concept that's used most often to measure whether a variance is minor or not is impact. And neither is impact defined in the official plan, the bylaw, or the Planning Act. So we find that something like impact is just too subjective. It's too open to interpretation and misinterpretation to be a valid standard in itself. Now, Policy 8 in Section 4.1 of the official plan states that zoning bylaws will contain numerical site standards for matters such as building height, depth, density, et cetera, et cetera. If the city wanted to rely solely on impact as a way of assessing whether a variance qualifies as minor, they wouldn't have specified numbers be used in the bylaws. And we get the feeling that these numeric standards are not being respected and potentially are being abused. So what happens? If a builder gets turned down by the Committee of Adjustment because the committee deemed the variances were not minor, their only recourse is to appeal to TLAB. If residents are unhappy with the Committee of Adjustment decision, which variances that greatly exceed the bylaws, their only recourse is to appeal to TLAB. In either case, a TLAB hearing is a pretty costly undertaking. And in our experience, it can easily cost in the vicinity of $40,000 to $50,000 per party. Professional fees for a lawyer, a planner, and very often an arborist. Unlike the case for builders, these fees, these professional fees, are not tax deductible for residents. Now, when objective standards are available, to the Committee of Adjustment on Minor Variance, it should cause a greater proportion of applications to be refused, possibly at the planning review stage even. If the written decisions include reference to an applicant's failure to conform to clear standards, as opposed to the boilerplate text that's currently in use, it becomes harder for stakeholders to question the decision and appeal to TLAB. At TLAB, clear standards would reduce room for subjective interpretation and debate over why a variance should be considered minor when the standards are written in the form of a bylaw. We're seeing cases in our neighborhood where we've seen applications that have been passed by the Committee of Adjustment that are 2.5 to 3 times what the bylaws permit, and that passes as minor in the current regime. Now, something's happening a little bit further down the 403. Town of Oakville is in the process of introducing a bylaw to define when a variance becomes too large to be considered minor. And I've attached a draft copy of the proposed bylaw. So it is not anything that's final. They still have more public consultation to do, but it gives you an idea how they intend to structure it and how they foresee it being implemented. There are 2 elements in the draft bylaw that I think are worth pointing out. First, they're going to have numeric standards on when a variance goes beyond what can be considered minor. And secondly, the applications also have to
ask you to
conform.
wrap up.
Okay. Thank you. They also have to conform with the town's character guidelines, which is very similar to what we have in Long Branch with our Long Branch character guidelines. We urge you to make a local variance criteria bylaw a reality in Toronto. We think it'll reduce caseload significantly and save the city millions of dollars per year in administrative costs.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputy?
Thank you for your presentation today. So Oakville, can you expand a bit on the what Oakville's doing related to minor variances?
Well, they have drafted up a bylaw. They've gone through, I think, 1 round of community consultation, stakeholder consultation, to be able to get to where they are now. So I think the draft copy that I circulated came from the summer of last year. So it's not something that's final. It's not ready to go to their council yet. But now they have more, for the purposes of the next round of consultation, people will have a clear idea of how this is going to look. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. It does. I was just curious about it, and I will read the document. I guess my other question would be, could you just, if you could make 2 or 3 points and summarize, what would be your top 3 modifications or adjustments to the current process?
For TLAB?
Yeah.
I think the minor variance bylaw is our number 1 thing, because we feel that it actually addresses what's causing the increase in the number of cases that are coming forward. Secondly, I think there needs to be more consultation with the parties before the hearing gets scheduled. Because what's happening right now is we're getting into day 2 of a hearing, and we're finishing with the first witness. And that's for the applicant's case. We haven't gotten to the city's case, the resident's case. And then TLAB has to find time for 4 different parties, maybe, to all get in the same room at the same time with the same hearing officer. That's the big challenge. I think I'd say 2 things.
Okay. And just any thoughts around waiting? I asked this question earlier. Maybe you heard me ask it about this new body shifting from the provincial level. Any thoughts on whether it feels like it's weighted one way or the other for residents, neighborhoods versus applicants?
I haven't done any kind of analysis to say. What I can say is that our experience with the hearing officers is that they will say, they will alter the order in which people present. to accommodate residents. So if a resident has to go away on business or they have vacation and they can't make a subsequent day, they'll make sure they get heard regardless of where we are in the hearing. We've seen hearing officers who've allowed participants to ask questions of witnesses. I mean, that's very different from what you see, well, what would have been like in the OMB. So we feel they're being inclusive. We feel like when we go to TLAB as a residents association, we're being respected. The scheduling that we've got here that I'm showing you isn't really reflective of dissatisfaction with TLAB. It's really a function of we have a lot of cases in our neighborhood, and some of these, I think only one of these cases on the third week is actually an actual beginning of a case. All the rest are continuations of cases that started in January, February, and March.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next, Deputant Al Kevi. Thank you so much. Thank you. And you have 5 minutes.
My name is, I was just thinking, I was having lunch with Ron at downstairs, and we're both Queens engineers. So there must be something about charts and putting things in boxes that they taught us well back in the day. So we share some common approaches to problems. My name is Al Kevi. I'm here today representing the Federation of North Toronto Residents Association, called FONTRA. I'm also a board member at the South Eglinton Ratepayers and Residents Association. It's called SARA. SARA is having its annual general meeting this evening. It's our 55th year of operation. We're inviting the founder of SARA to join us this evening, so we hope that she can attend as well. So, and we have an excellent guest speaker this evening. Jay Robinson will be joining us, and another councillor. I can't remember who that is, but. The theme of our AGM is push to the limit, and you might imagine why. You have a letter on file from FONTRA from the co-chairs of our federation, Jeff Cattell and Kathy McDonald. I would like to make just a few comments on the FONTRA letter and also reference a separate letter submitted from Sarah. FONTRA was very pleased to receive and read the second annual report from the TLAB chair. We find the report is informative and provides a good digest of TLAB activities. The key interest of FONTRA associations and many of our residents is really the issue of outcomes. We're preoccupied with what is the outcome of a case. The outcome is an approval, a refusal, or a settlement. This year has provided us with some additional details on outcomes. It's very important to us. In our FONTRA letter, we highlight a recent decision of City Council to approve a motion of Councillor Robinson, and that was to report on the ongoing review of the Committee of Adjustment and related processes and present the report with related recommendations. We see that the TLAB is part of that end-to-end process for development approval. So it's fairly useful to think about the TLAB within the context of the broad development approval process for residential infill. To this end, FONTRA recommends that the Planning and Housing Committee refer the TLAB Chair's report to the Chief Planner for consideration in the end-to-end review process as was directed by City Council. A fairly reasonable ask, we think, today. On a side note, I'd like to commend the City and TLAB for the tremendous improvement in access to timely data, most particularly electronic data related to Committee of Adjustment and TLAB proceedings. This accessibility has been accomplished through the AIC portal, the TLAB portal, and increased availability of outcome data through the city's Open Data Initiative. This has come a long way in the 5 years that I've been involved with the process, where we've had very paper-intensive activities as well. So this is giving us tremendous tools for us to prepare and get organized around tribunal hearings. I have a couple of minutes. I'd just like to jump over to the SARA letter that I filed as well. The SARA letter includes 2 charts, and I'm including one of the 2 charts here in my overhead. What we've managed to accomplish here is looking at the city open data, and we were curious to determine whether there has been any net improvement to us if we're looking at outcomes. If we looked at roughly 5,000 cases under the OMB and 5,000 cases under the TLAB, has our world changed? Is anything improving? Is anything getting better from a qualitative perspective or a quantitative perspective? So this is this is our attempt to try and do a bit of a process flow around this. The chart focuses very much on refusals, namely the number of applications that were refused because they did not represent good planning. If we look under the OMB regime, we can see that the reversal rate for cases that were refused at Committee of Adjustment and went up to the OMB, there was a 74% reversal rate. So 74% of those cases, the decision was reversed. In the TLAB, the statistics are roughly equivalent. The cases that flowed up, the refused cases that flowed up, they're reversed at the rate of 67%. This is a great concern to us because our residents and our residents associations spend a great deal of time going to Committee of Adjustment, and they're always surprised at this reversal rate.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to have to ask you to
And we
wrap
would
up.
just ask that as part of the end-to-end review process, it might be appropriate
Thank
for
you.
the chief planner to look at the reasons behind this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Councillor Robinson?
Thank you. So, thank you very much for this chart. That's a lot of work clearly went into that. I'm not surprised because your organization does things in a very sophisticated way. So I guess I think you heard some of my questions earlier, but I guess what differences do you see between the decisions made by the former OMB, which I know you were involved way back then, which was not that far ago, long off, and the TLAB? What would you say are some of the differences?
I appeared at about 15 OMB cases, so I have a bit of background on that. I've appeared at about 5 or 6 TLAB cases, so I've got some appreciation for that. The TLAB has gone to the direction of rules and procedures, which I think builds a little bit of consistency into the process. In the old OMB days, the hearing officer had a lot of discretion in terms of how a case was decided. That gave the case disposition a bit more flexibility. Cases, in my experience at the OMB, of similar complexity were usually almost in every case accommodated in one day, and on odd occasions in half a day. What we have today through the electronic, forms-driven process, which has yielded some benefits, we have a lot more access to data, but we now have cases that are fairly basic that take 2 days to be heard as well. This presents a lot of difficulties for residents who have to make accommodations to attend these hearings. The curious thing is that there's almost no change in outcome. We have the same, we've gone electronic, we've gone forms-based, we've gone a whole pile of changes, but we're still arriving at the same level of decisions that are being reversed and overturned as well. So I'm not sure we've taken giant steps ahead. I'm not saying we need to go back to the OMB, but some of the benefits that we anticipated have not occurred.
Okay, I would concur with that. And I guess I just want to have you expand a little bit on the amount of time it's taking for these hearings, because you've touched on it now. But if you could just expand on that. You're saying something like basically, even though the cases are basic, they can take 2 days. and that's concerning because of the time commitment for residents. So can you just expand on, some of these hearings that once took an afternoon or a half day and are now going into like a 1.3 days or 2 full days?
Well, I think the new TLAB is, the pendulum is swinging from the OMB, which was to get to the meat of it. Now we're saying, let everyone have their say, have everyone contribute to the process. I recall when I was at the OMB, one of the hearing officers instructed the planner. He said, well, I've read your report, just give me the bottom line. And so he spent about half an hour giving the bottom line in terms of his key comments and his key recommendations. That doesn't happen today. In my most recent hearing at the TLAB, it took 1 day for the planner to provide his evidence or his evidence in chief, and everything had to be rolled out with all of its complexity. And I don't think that's really all that necessary. And clearer instructions from the hearing officer would say, yeah, I've read the report. Let's get to the essential elements of it as well. What I've observed with residents is everyone in the TLAB, everyone has the time to have their say. And so it's a bit of an exercise in democracy to a certain extent, and a little bit of a learning experience for someone who may in their lifetime only attend one of these TLAB hearings, but someone in the Residents Association who spends a lot of time at it. It seems to be a lot of extra effort there to not much advantage.
Okay, and then my question I asked Ron, and you've touched on one clearly, just the time invested, the time that's taking. But what modifications would you make if you had a magic wand and you could make low-hanging fruit modifications? I'll call them. What would you tackle?
I think earlier late this morning, the recommendation that we have a education program, an outreach mechanism, something. What I've discovered with our residents is they all have different learning styles. Some of them can read rules and procedures and they'll understand it. Some of them need to have it explained to them. Some want to see it in a video. We need all kinds of different ways of providing information, specifically for a first-time resident who's appearing at these TLAB tribunals. The advantage of in certain parts of the city where they have a residents association like ours or Long Branch, we really are taking these complicated rules and procedures and giving them just what they need to know in order to get through the hearing. But that's probably, of all of the 25 wards of the city, there's only probably 3 or 4 active wards where that type of resource is available. So large parts of the city are really left to their own resources, I think, in terms of doing that. It's a clear disadvantage if you're arriving at your first hearing and you don't know what's happening. It's guaranteed that the applicant is going to, or the appellant is going to win the case. It's really quite essential that there be better resources available. I'm not sure that they necessarily need to be guidebooks, but I think we should use our imagination to provide better ways of providing essential residents information to residents.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? Councillor Wong-Tam?
Yes, thank you. And thank you very much for your deputation. If I can just turn your attention to this particular graph, I know that it's, I believe you've compiled it, is that correct?
That's right, yeah.
And in your letter, it shows us the graph, and you suggest that that's your observation, it's a summary of your key observations, but would you mind verbalizing for us, what am I looking at here?
Oh, it's like a pyramid of sorts. If I can maybe walk you through it a bit. Over here, this is the experience at the OMB. In my study time frame, there were 5,260 cases that were adjudicated at Committee of Adjustment. And these were the outcomes of those cases in a previous time frame. That's approximately 18 months. We see that there was 4,600 approvals, Settlement's not really appropriate at Committee of Adjustment, and there were 561 refusals at the committee. What happens, we're most interested in the refusal because the refusal is very often, the owner will then go through the appeal process, and up at the appeal process, they will then spend the money, typically $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 to appeal the application up to the TLAB. So of these refused applications, 354 went up for TLAB or for OMB in the OMB case, and 263 of them were approved. Essentially what you're seeing there is there was a reversal of the decision. So the decision that the Committee of Adjustment made with respect to these refused applications were essentially reversed by the OMB. And so that's something that gives us great discomfort, because you would think that if you are appealing, if you have the same if you're applying the same rules, bylaws, procedures, protocols, official plan, policies, and applying the same 4 tests, that you should arrive at roughly the same outcome and not reverse that outcome. So that figure is of some concern to us. Now, the question was, are things any better when we go down to the TLAB? So we've spent millions of dollars to move to the TLAB process. Has our world changed at all? So I looked at the most recent 5,260 cases at TLAB and said, well, what is the experience from the TLAB perspective? TLAB refused, or Committee of Adjustment in that period refused 449 cases, roughly the same amount. 243 went up through the appeal process, and 163 of those were approved by that TLAB. So the reversal rate at TLAB was 67%. So they're reversing the decision of the lower tribunal in 67% of the cases. And we don't know why. We could guess at why there would be those reversals. But if we knew the reason why, then I think there would be a tremendous amount of improvement in the overall process as well. That's a little bit of a snapshot of how we're looking at the data. And we're really saying, wouldn't it be wonderful if we knew that the problem there is there's something wrong either with the way the Committee of Adjustment adjudicates cases or the way that TLAB adjudicates cases. Or there could be an imbalance. The term we learned today is the financialization of the real estate industry. Maybe the fact that at TLAB and OMB, the appellant is spending $30,000 or $40,000 to support their appeal, that might change the outcome. That fact by itself might explain why we have a complete reversal. But this is not our expertise. The data just is troubling to us. It's always a surprise to a resident who appears at Committee of Adjustment. They get what they appear to be a fair hearing, the case is refused, and then they go up to the TLAB and they say, Al, what happened? What just went on? Why are we seeing these refusals?
Thank you. I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us here today. Anybody else to speak on this item? Seeing none, speakers, questions of staff, sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. With respect to staff's position on Committee of Adjustment applications, oftentimes we are advised as counselors, staff have no position, none whatsoever. So you're going to stay absolutely zero silence at the Committee of Adjustments. And yet I look at Mississauga, their approach for Committee of Adjustments is that city planning staff will visit the site, they will provide comments to the committee on their position of the Committee of Adjustment application. So therefore, they take a position. Why is it that the City of Toronto largely stays quiet on the CFA applications?
Through you, Madam Chair. Actually, over the last number of years, we've concentrated on providing a greater amount of quality information or inputs to the panel members so they can make more effective decisions. And one of those inputs has been a greater proportion of the applications now receive a report from community planning. According to our latest numbers, across the city, about 40% of all C of A applications now have a report that comes from community planning to give advice and recommendations to the panel members. That was about 1,500 reports last year. And the majority of those reports are obviously dealing with the most difficult C of A matters. So I would argue that the city's ability to give better information and allow for better decision-making out of our C of A panels has greatly increased over the last few years.
And does that also include staff site visits, just like they have in Mississauga as well? So you're not just looking at a drawing and say, I'm going to put the 4 tests, the 4 minor variance questions to this application and then draw a conclusion. Do staff go out and visit every single one of these applications before they take a position?
Through you, Madam Chair. I can't speak for whether or not in all 1,500 application files that were reported on that happen. Certainly, we encourage staff to provide the best advice possible, and obviously going out and doing a site visit is an important part of that review process. It wouldn't surprise me if that doesn't occur on all of these cases, but we certainly encourage it.
And with respect to Mr. Lord's report, he talks specifically in the report about the need for TLAB as an organization to respond to community requests for information. What's city's planning's role in providing information to the general public who require it from either a response to a request for information or a proactive, we are going to go out and publicly raise awareness and educate our citizenship so that they can have an opportunity to be better informed when providing feedback on applications?
Through you, Madam Chair, in terms of the C of A process, I won't speak to the TLAB process, but we have actually been ramping up our public information and trying to make the process more understandable for first-time users. In fact, just yesterday, we posted on our website 2 pieces or 2 documents that we think are going to be very helpful. One is we've published the rules of procedure for the Committee of Adjustment. So how do the panels act, or what's the rules behind their decision-making process? And we also added a new brochure that outlines the full process, so kind of an everyday document to just guide how that process works. So we're trying to make the site more transparent, provide more information for the public.
Okay, but would city planning also, my last question? Okay, then my last question is the feasibility of the City of Toronto creating a Toronto-based local appeals support center. Have we explored that, recognizing that the province has just walked away? And we know part of the OMB reforms and the need to sort of put community planning decisions in the hands of the cities, municipalities, but also to hear more community input. Now that the province has walked away, what's the feasibility of us creating something like that? And have we studied it? Should we study it?
Through the councillor, we haven't looked at the model that the province discontinued. The Toronto Local Appeal Body did hold a series of 9 public meetings last year to do consultation on their rules of practice and procedures. But that specific service that was offered by the province for their LPAT tribunals hasn't been looked at by the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Councillor Robinson?
So I guess just, you've heard a lot of feedback today from not just the chair, but also constituents. I guess what's your take on the, some people said when we created this body that it would be a mini OMB. Certainly hope that's not the case, but what's your take on some of the stats and data that's been presented today, and what's I guess what would you modify going forward?
Madam Chair, I have looked at those statistics that were part of the deputation's background material and Mr. Lord's report. They're similar to data we've pulled ourselves. The general appeal rate of C of A matters to the TLAB, if you think that TLAB had 419 appeals last year, that's about 11% of the C of A application base. That's a pretty consistent number over the years. In terms of the question of this, the discussion on the reversal rate, to some degree that's not surprising, because when you think that the average C of A matter has a hearing that lasts about 15 to 20 minutes maximum, and then the average TLAB hearing is a day or two, there's a whole lot more review, expertise, documents brought before the TLAB than there ever is brought before the C of A. Further, when you are refused at the C of A, what we find is that a lot of applicants will perfect their application or improve it to improve their odds of getting such a reversal at the OMB or TLAB. So I'm not shocked by that reversal number myself.
Okay, and just, this is more of a curious question. When we went down this road, the other cities, I think, and I may misquote this bit, but Vancouver, New York City had more, I believe, a panel set up versus a member. Why did the City of Toronto go down this road proposing the setup that we have, that we've ended up with? You tell me who wants to answer, it doesn't matter.
Maybe Mr.
It's just more reflecting.
Reflecting back, the legislation was changed and offered the municipality, dates back to 2014, I believe, offered the municipality an opportunity to establish its own Made in Toronto appeal body. And you can remember a few years back the concerns that had been raised by many people, including city council around the OMB. So, adopting it for our own. I don't believe at the time the staff recommended it, but council chose to go ahead with it. And that advice was based on the fact that it would still be an adjudicative panel, quasi-judicial panel, operating under the same legal procedures at the OMB. So, we weren't, at the discussion at the time was there was no promise that it would offer any considerable difference in terms of the outcomes. I think there was some expectation that it would be more intimate with the City of Toronto and more responsive to the needs of City of Toronto citizens, having appointees from the City of Toronto, for example, and other matters. So it was a level of expectation of duty of care there that may have been raised. I think last year at this time we had the first visit from the chair, and now we've had the second visit from the chair. So it, in the perspective of establishing a new panel, it's still in its relative infancy. I think we've gone through one round of changes. You heard from the chair today about a round of changes that have been made, and we've had a lot of engagement from the residents. And I would look at it through a continuous improvement lens. We still have to change and improve the practices of the TLAB, and you've heard some suggestions here today. And we also have to continuously improve our practices on the planning side, all with a view to, serving the interests and the outcomes. I think the residents are quite correct that we should all keep our eye on the outcomes that we want to achieve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers? Councillor Wong Tam?
Doesn't matter. Oh, just, thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to just move a motion, if the clerks can put that on the screen. The first part of the motion is to have our esteemed chief planner report back to this committee in the third quarter of 2019 on the feasibility of hosting regular information sessions on the Committee of Adjustment and TLAB practices and procedures as specified in the chair's annual report. And recommendation number 2, which should be no surprise given my line of questioning, is to have a feasibility report on the creation of a support center to replace the functionality of the local planning appeal support center that was originally planned by the province. And then to have that report sort of come back in the third quarter of 2019. I recognize that there's so much work that's already before us and city planning that it's like, Councillor Wong Tam, you're asking us to go do more. And I really do apologize for this. At the same time, I struggle because I know that communities have really been under the gun. With respect to the onslaught of applications, they are literally selling muffins to raise money so that they can hire consultants and planners. Community associations, including residents associations, give their time freely, and they have other things to do, as we've noted with the speaker who's put up his schedule, that 3 of his days at the cottage with his family, 1 week of vacation, he has to come back and deal with the TLAB application and appeal. It just seems so grossly unfair. And I know that as I scan through what Mississauga is doing, as I scan through what Innisfield is doing, one thing that I know we focus a lot on, and it feels like that as a downtown councillor, I don't have that many CFA applications. But when I did used to have them as the councillor who went all the way to Midtown, applications that used to land in Moore Park and Summerhill and Rosedale and bits and pieces of Yorkville, I always felt that staff never gave as much, and no disrespect, but I always felt that staff never gave as much consideration to providing a clear and articulated position on what constitutes the minor variance. And in the downtown part of Toronto, I have faced applications for minor variance through CFA application for 5 more stories on top of a 60-story tower, where I'm advised by staff we can't feel it at the ground. And staff take no position, or they're not really supporting it. I know that it changes from planner to planner, and it changes from neighborhood to neighborhood, and it changes from developer to developer and site to site. I'm almost schizophrenic as I'm trying to find clarity, and I apologize if I offended anybody, but it kind of feels that way as I'm pulled in so many different directions as I'm trying to be consistent. And then I'm asked to take a political position that may end up overturning a staff position. It's very, very frustrating. So we're only going to be asking staff to go take a look at what you can do, come back and give us some advice, some professional advice on how we should proceed. And I hope that out of this request of staff, keep in the mind, the back of your minds, if you can, as you're doing this work, is the fact that you get paid, I get paid, everyone in this room gets paid to be here and do this work. The community does not. And there are things that they just cannot continue to absorb as we have changed and reformed the planning process. And I know that the Premier and this particular government is doing a lot more damage now, even though we kind of got to a half decent, I think, sort of good place with the OMB reforms. But based on the analysis, if this is the back of the envelope analysis of what's happening, there hasn't been a heck of a lot of change. And I'm just concerned that there's not going to be a heck of a lot of a city left with identifiable historical cultural neighborhoods where we're able to sort of justify local area planning context, because if you have money, you get what you want in this city. And if you don't, too bad. And I hope that we can change that. Thank you.
Councillor, I've been advised that your second part of the motion should probably read City Council direct court services in collaboration with Chief Planner. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you very
that?
much. And thanks for catching that technical requirement.
Okay, any other speakers? Councillor Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief because I think my colleague's done a great job in really describing the challenges, and we have additional items ahead of us. So I'll just simply say that, I have moved motions over the years on Committee of Adjustment at various committees. At Executive Committee in June last year, I moved motions related to improving the COA and related processes, and something just at the last council meeting. So I would love to wrap into that, the Committee of Adjustment process that we're kind of basically undertaking, reviewing, wrap this into that. And so tying TLAB, the reports we have before us into this undertaking of Committee of Adjustment review. And I think this is very important simply because of this. This is a critical part of the process, and it's the final piece. And without a doubt, what's happening is this is on the increase. My understanding is it's increased 26% from last year. My understanding is also that it's East York, Toronto East York, and North York that have the highest levels and highest numbers of TLAB appeals in the city. And a number of things are happening. We're hearing that the hearing times are increasing, which puts pressure on the residents, as we've just heard from Councillor. Oh my God, I was going to call you something else. I stopped. But you know what I was going to say. Yes, I do. Councillor Wong Tam. So, again, clearly articulated by her. So I think it's very important. There's a clear opportunity to bring additional information and recommendations into the staff's ongoing review. As we've just heard from our chief planner, this is a continuous improvement lens. We have to have that because we are in its formative phase. This is the formative stage of this body that the province did give us the ability to many, many years ago as part of the, I think it was the City of Toronto Act. And we didn't act on it immediately because we really had to think about moving ahead. But now we have. And so I think we need to continue to review this because it is in such a formative stage. And I fully support my colleague's motions that she's moved. I think those are important motions. Yesterday or Sunday, I was in a neighborhood in my ward speaking to a group of people, and they were very shocked to hear that the province has pulled that support center and alarmed by it. So let's do our best to make it right here at the municipal level. Thank you for that time.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Seeing none, can we move that as a package? Okay, that's good. All those in favor? Great, thank you. Item as amended? Great, all good. Okay, item 5.5, new approvals framework for Toronto Community Housing Corporation revitalization projects. Speakers, Michael Reagan.
My name is Michael Regan. I represent Acorn. We're an organization who fights for social change for low income.
Justin.
Hello? Oh, okay.
Yeah, lean forward.
All right. Yes, my name is Michael Regan. I represent Acorn. We're an organization who fights for social change for low income and moderate income members across the country and in the city of Toronto. We're 46,000 strong. We're here today to talk about the TCHC revitalization plan. Acorn members are happy to see some of the repairs are being done and positive changes with the interactions with the tenants. But for too long, TCHC has neglected tenants and serious repairs. due to the lack of funding from the city, the province, and the federal government. Where are we here? Sorry. It is important that we pay special attention to this matter because this is an opportunity that we have on hand to correct that. We're asking, Acorn is asking for 50% of affordable units in every revitalization project. I live in St. Jamestown, close to Regent Park, and I see them tearing down all the old units. And I was informed today that from Councillor Wong Tam that they're replacing the 2,000 of those units, but there's a lot more that they're building on that site that are going to market. They're not increasing the amount, and we need to be increasing the amount of affordable housing in the city. What Acorn is proposing is development on public lands and revitalizations. We want to see 50% being affordable. Also, our definition of affordable and your definition of affordable are two different things. I think the city's definition is 80% of market, and ours is 30% of your income.
Yeah, but let it be. And then
We also would like to see rent control put back on the units that are built on the public land. You say prioritize affordability. Oh, yeah. We need to prioritize affordability in the city. We're not building anywhere close to what we need. Yeah, we're in a housing crisis right now, so we should be focusing on increasing the amount of affordable housing, not just replacing it as it deteriorates. We should be increasing it. Okay.
I'm going to have to ask you to
Thank you
wrap
for your
up.
time.
You're good? Okay, thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Next, Deputant Andrew Marcianic.
I was with Michael.
Okay, Andrew, so we're done. Anybody else to speak on this item? Seeing none. Questions of staff? Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher?
Yeah, in the report, it mentions that the Auditor General is currently doing, page 5, and it says the Auditor General's report is forthcoming. The Auditor General's report, I think, is it going to be at the Audit Committee on Friday? Yeah, it's going to be there. So some of those conclusions, her report really was very much about just getting clarification, adding new affordable, how well or not the revitalizations have added new affordable housing into the mix. But well, you shouldn't talk for the Auditor General, so I can make those remarks.
Through the chair, her report focuses on aligning it better to city building, to proper city, to the city's priorities in terms of city building, affordable housing, et cetera, looking at the processes to make sure, we have appropriate oversight, accountability, and transparency, and then enhancing procurement practices. So there's 23 recommendations in her report, but they're centered around those 3 themes.
And I'm sure you're aware that the majority of affordable housing is centered in the Regent Park, and that was actually added on by the Toronto and East York Community Council when that came in for approval many years ago.
Have a different.
Through the chair, I'll speak to that item. The Auditor General reviewed 3 current revitalization projects: Regent Park Phase 3, Alexandra Park Phase 1, and Lawrence Heights Phase 1. In total, so far, TCHC has built 1,152 affordable rental units across all of our communities. But yes, the report only centers on the net new affordable rental units in those 3 projects that they reviewed under their scope of work.
Yes, she did. She looked at Regent, Lawrence Heights, Alex Park, Davenport, Allenbury Gardens, Leslie Nymark, revitalizations. She didn't look at anything else other than the land devoted to the revitalization, right?
That's correct.
We're saying the same thing?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you aware that the new affordable housing was added on by Toronto and East York Community Council many years ago, 2004 or 5, I would think, 6? Probably before everybody's time.
Through the chair. It was approved in 2005 originally, and it was modified at community.
It was modified at Community Council.
City.
And ultimately City Council, that the new affordable is added in. And the Auditor General actually lists the number of new affordable on site, and I know that this has been the model. Toronto Community Housing has been a revitalization of current stock model and hasn't focused on adding new affordable housing. But the numbers outside of that are quite low. Lawrence Heights, how many new affordables were there? I'm just looking at the Auditor General's report.
Through the chair, based on the Auditor General report, under Lawrence Heights, there's 3 affordable ownership units.
3 affordable ownership. And how many acres is the Lawrence Heights development?
For Lawrence Heights, it's 40.5 hectares.
So it's 100 acres. 100 acres.
Yeah, roughly.
You work in hectares. I work in acres. And there was only 3 sought there. So this is the alignment of the 2 reports. Thank you. I'll speak in a bit.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Councillor Bradford?
Thanks very much. TCHC staff, on my count, we have 11 TCH revitalization projects at the moment. Could you explain to us why the 3 projects have been chosen to enter the stage gating process in recommendation 3? Yeah, so recommendation 3, Don Somerville, Fir Grove, and Lawrence Heights.
Versus the chair, the report seeks to clarify the council review and approval process for revitalization projects. Historically, they were approved in a one-off fashion. They would come forward individually. There was some confusion about when a project was a major state of good repair or when it was a revitalization. Fir Grove is a good example of that situation. This report provides a new template, a new overall process to ensure that council is aware of revites as they are being considered and that the appropriate authorities are granted. The 3 in recommendation 3 were already existing, so recommendation 3 places them into the new process. That's the intention behind recommendation 3.
So, thank you. So the three that were already existing and we want to place them into the process, when I read the report, I didn't get a good sense of how all three of those projects landed in this new process, the new stage gating. Could you give me a sense of where these projects are as they're identified in the revitalization process and how that relates to attachment one's flow chart?
So 3A and B, Don Somerville and Fir Grove, have never been before council. So there has not been a specific report to council regarding either of those initiatives. They've evolved for different reasons into revitalization projects. Therefore, the recommendation is they should be placed ahead of Stage Gate 1. In other words, there will be the initial report coming forward to council for direction. Lawrence Heights, on the other hand, has been before council and was approved in a manner in which basically each phase of Lawrence Heights would have to come before council as a separate and distinct revitalization initiative.
So you said that Somerville and Fir Grove have not gone before council. Of those two projects, because those are the stage gate ones, are both of those projects at the same level of progress so far?
Don Somerville, from my understanding, is further ahead. So we would need to get it through Stage Gate 1 as quickly as possible. I believe there's a development partner involved in Don Somerville. I don't believe a development partner has been identified for Fir Grove yet.
And the process of identifying development partners, how do we go about doing that on these?
That's managed through Toronto Community Housing. What this framework is suggesting is that before external development partners are engaged, the project should go through Stage Gate 1, so council is aware that there is a revitalization and a development partner to be engaged.
Do we have a development partner engaged on either of those sites already?
There is on Don Somerville.
So they're already engaged. Have we done consultation on that?
There has been some consultation, yes, community consultation.
No.
And with the residents, with the tenants of TCHC.
With residents and tenants of TCHC?
The consultation has been undertaken with the residents of Don Somerville.
And you have a partner engaged in that already?
TCHC has engaged a partner.
So then why would that be stage 1?
Well, that's where it would fit in this process. When we come back with the Stage Gate 1 report, we would indicate that because that work predated this framework, TCHC had already secured a development partner.
Okay.
Any other questions? I have a couple questions. So I'm trying to understand this work and where we're heading with the tenants first and the development. Are we trying to have a closer relationship between Create.TO and the development activities at TCHC?
So through the chair, you'll recall that when the chief corporate officer or the deputy city manager of corporate services came forward with the new real estate strategy, phase 3 of that strategy was to look at TCHC and whether that it would make sense to bring those and closer aligned to Create.TO. We have not, that real estate strategy has not yet progressed to phase 3, but we are looking at that whole situation through our next report later this year on TCHC governance.
And wasn't the letter, I believe the letter of the mayor that said for us to look and see how we can speed that process up?
That's correct, and we're doing that through our next report.
So we're speeding that process up, but through this stage gate, and given that all the city building is also done through Create.TO, I don't understand why, for example, the reports are being prepared by other departments and not coming as the process that we already have and exist. So when we have, for example, Etobicoke Civic Center, right? We have Real Estate Creatio leading that process, right? They're reporting to council, correct? But in this case, you're suggesting that it's going to be SDFA that is going to be reporting.
So currently, we have not transferred and brought TCHC development over to Creatio. That decision was not made.
I understand, but they don't necessarily have to have the asset to already be participating, since this is their work, is their core work, is what they do. Couldn't they already be?
If that's council's direction, we could look at that, but we are working on the assumption that that transfer, that council's decision to move that over had not yet been finalized. All we were asked to do was accelerate looking at that specific component.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Speakers? No? No speakers? I'll speak. I'll speak. I actually have a motion, and I think that there's a few things that happen here. The first one is I do think that this is a great report on the stage gating. I think it's going to bring a lot more light and transparency into the revitalizations at TCHC. But I think that the part where the Auditor General's talked about creating more affordable housing, the report really doesn't respond to how we're going to do that. And I think the way that we'll be able to do that is by being more collaborative with Creatio, with the Housing Secretariat, and SDF, everybody coming together. So I think that it is important that we have this conversation. All of us have this conversation. I didn't want to change anything. I just wanted to continue this conversation that I just started in this line of questioning. And it might be that we end up at the same place. It might not. But I think that we all these organizations need to have a conversation and how this process is developing and how it's going to lead into what we're actually seeing in the future. And like I said, I'm going into this with no preconceived idea. I just really think that it's important for us to have the conversation. With regards to the revitalization sites, one of the things that I kept hearing is, let's have a little bit more information on these sites so we can have the decision. So what I'm asking is that in July, when this comes back, that we actually already have the reports coming back, and that we also include some new affordable housing, so that we can approve the reports, approve what's going to be moving ahead. We have a deadline. I think it's going to focus everybody in working towards this deadline of July 3rd, and we can all work towards a good process and have these revitalizations moving soon. So I hope to get your support on this, and I'm not sure if we can move this forward. Any other speakers? Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I'm going to support that. I do have a motion that clerk is just fixing because I wanted to align a little more with the Auditor General's recommendation, number 1 in her report, which indicates the City Council requests City Manager in consultation with the Chief Executive Officer, TCHC, to make recommendations to City Council, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure you've all read it. So I'd just like to amend that. That it be with, again, the city manager in consultation with TCHC, but I'd like to add Creatio because they are doing the 11 housing sites, and we're simply looking at what the options would be for net new affordable housing. And I'll note that these are exciting moments because with our focus on affordable housing, we have a chance to revisit a number of things, including with Creatio, as is said somewhere in here, about the lands that Creatio may have other lands that are contiguous to any of the sites that are currently being discussed and be able to add a new lens in. The Councillor Bradford raised about where things are at with Don Somerville. It is an MOU, which is at a very, very preliminary stage. So I think that will help everybody look at all 3 sites and bring something back. I have full confidence in this process that if there's anything more to get, that we will get it this way. And I feel that...
And by July.
And by July, that's correct. Because people are already looking at this. It's not mentioned here, but the TCHC, Affordable Housing Office, Create TO, they're already looking at some of these sites. This just formalizes this consultation and will come back on the 3rd of July, which I think is very helpful, and I thank you for moving that motion, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
And speakers?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would just want to lend my support to both motions that have been placed before us, and also to thank staff for the report. When I read the report, my first reaction was, this is a good thing. Being able to sort of put a little bit more oversight with respect to like these major government assets, and we have to take a look at for who we're holding them. We are the City of Toronto is the 100% shareholder of TCHC. TCHC has all these particular parcels of land. They're looking at, number one, improving the housing stock, but I don't think that we've oftentimes looked at expanding net new housing. And just by way of example, Councillor Fletcher, was just reminding me that there was only 250 additional units that was added to the 69 acres of Regent Park, which is an extraordinary success story by all accounts. But in the middle of the throes of a housing crisis, the question I have to ask is like, why didn't we do more when we had the chance to do more? And then understanding that those 250 units, in addition to what was replacing like for like, was only added by way of a community council amendment seems almost unbelievable, considering where we are today. And by way of any other TCHC revitalization effort underway now, I cannot imagine us doing exactly the same thing that may have been done 15 years ago. So I think that, Councillor Deputy Mayor Bailão, your motion is excellent, and I really do support the amendment to your motion by Councillor Fletcher as well. I'm heartened because I feel like our committee is perhaps tasked with new energy and new purpose when it comes to housing. And maybe this is probably the best committee for us to be on right now, but I felt this way about CDR at our last term. I feel like our committee is going to really take a charge at making sure that housing is at the forefront of everything that we do, and especially the expansion of affordable housing in the widest range possible. So I'm very, very encouraged by these motions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And can we move it as a package? All those in favor? And that carries. Great. Item 5.6, vital service disruptions in apartment buildings. We have speakers. Aaron Kaplan.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm Aaron Kaplan, co-chair of the Toronto St. Paul Tenant Associations Network. We are supportive of all the recommended amendments to the apartment buildings bylaw. However, we are very disturbed by the following findings. I'm referring to the report Vital Service Disruptions in Apartment Buildings, page 6, paragraphs 6 and 7, which reads, the registry data, referring to the Rent Safe TO program, has been used to develop a list of approximately 2,900 apartment buildings that were constructed prior to 1976, which may be at higher risk of malfunction, according to the ESA. This is due to the fact that the buildings built prior to 1976 were not required to have electrical safety devices which would help prevent catastrophic electrical failure. Buildings constructed after 1976 were required to have such devices due to changes in the electrical safety code. The registry data, referring to the Rent Safe TO program, will be used to further cross-reference with ESA information to verify which buildings have permits or recent upgrades that result in electrical systems meeting a higher standard of safety. This will be used to develop a list of priority buildings to move forward with a risk-based approach to comprehensive inspections. What does all this mean? We believe that the comprehensive inspections, and more importantly, the required electrical upgrades, will lead to significant capital expenditures that will be passed on to tenants as above guideline increases. The The most significant finding of the report is that 2,900 of the approximately 3,400 multi-residential buildings, that's 85% of existing buildings, are at higher risk of catastrophic electrical failure. The capital cost of the electrical upgrades will have a significant impact on rental costs in Toronto as a result of passing these capital costs on to tenants as above guideline increases. The city needs to decide how tenants will be subsidized for these extraordinary costs. While we're on the topic, what lessons can we learn from the Jamestown catastrophic damage of electrical system and the evacuation of approximately 1,500 residents? The greatest risk to tenants is the cost of aging infrastructure of multi-residential buildings. The best predictor of understanding the cost of aging infrastructure of multi-residential buildings is a review of the capital plans of these buildings. Although the Rent Safe program requires landlords to have their capital plan available for viewing by city staff and tenants, both current and prospective, the Rent Safe program does not have a uniform template that a capital plan must include. The lack of a uniform template for the capital plan does not allow city staff or tenants to understand the state of the multi-residential building's infrastructure, in particular, the capital elements that are most at risk of failure. City Council needs to direct Rent Safe program to establish a uniform definition of capital plan and ensure that landlords comply with the requirement. Finally, Toronto St. Paul's Tenant Association Network has undertaken a survey of Rent Safe TO program with two intended purposes: to understand the level of tenant knowledge regarding the City of Toronto Rent Safe program, and to assist survey respondents in gaining a better understanding of the Rent Safe program. We wrote all city councillors, inviting them to include the survey link in their electronic newsletter to constituents who are on their website. Councillor Layton was the only councillor to respond favorably to making the constituents aware of the survey. Here are some of the high-level results. 71.3%, I repeat, 71.3% of the respondents were not aware of the program. 40.7% of the respondents do not have a tenant notification board, which is meant to be the landlord's vehicle for communicating with tenants. And finally, 30.8% of respondents indicated there was no emergency landlord contact information. The City of Toronto Rent Safe program continues to be not too well understood by tenants, and a significant portion of Toronto landlords are not complying with some of the important elements of the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next deputant, Julie, right here. Julie? No? Okay. Next deputant, Amy Hodgins. Hello, Amy.
Hi again. So it's Annie Hodgins from the Center for Equality, Rights and Accommodation. As I said before, we've been working for over 30 years to promote housing security and the human right to housing across Ontario. Our Human Rights and Housing program has provided direct support to renters across Ontario for nearly 20 years. And each year we hear from over 1,000 people when they are particularly vulnerable in their housing. And hearing from these renters gives us a unique insight into what is sort of happening on the ground. Toronto's at a crossroads right now in terms of where we need to go with housing, as everyone in the room is very well aware. Rental housing affordability has been a pressing issue for decades now, and in the current housing market, when landlords have the upper hand and tenants know there are not many adequate options, rental housing becomes not just more expensive, but also poorer in quality every year, and we hear about this every day. Poor living conditions in rental housing impact more than 500,000 households in Toronto right now, partly because 93% of Toronto's rental stock was constructed before 1980. So at CERA, we hear daily from tenants whose landlords ignore their needs, from everything from requests for ramps and automatic doors to minor repairs in their units. It's the hardest to hear about disruptions in vital services, such as broken elevators. Last summer, we heard from several people who were disabled and unable to get down the stairs of their residential building, but the landlords had not made arrangements for these tenants, so that's a huge problem. Heat problems, pest infestations, and perpetual disrepair are things we hear about every day. The poor quality of life brought on by these preventable problems influences people's performance in school or at work, and can also grow to affect their health and safety and put their lives in danger in some cases. So we need to acknowledge that the current housing crisis is leading to bad outcomes. Vulnerable tenants are not only at most risk of being evicted, they're also most likely to become negatively affected if anything goes wrong in their building. These include seniors, people with disabilities, single parents, people with language barriers, and those who have health issues, and children are the most likely to be at a disadvantage, and they need more support and attention when problem situations arise. So CERA appreciates that these necessary issues are getting more public attention right now, and we hope that the report will be well received by Council. We support all 4 recommendations and hope the proposed bylaw will be adopted so that better attention will be paid to vulnerable populations in emergency situations, and more diligent repairs policies will be put in motion. This will help us move towards our shared vision of a safe, secure, affordable, and well-maintained homes for all Torontonians. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Councillor Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have you heard anything at all about Thorncliffe Park? And you know, there's, if you're not familiar with it, a lot of apartment buildings full of tenants, a lot of newcomers. Have you heard anything about elevator issues there? Because I'm hearing about them all the time. So you mentioned people with mobility issues, but also I would add to that seniors, and I would also add to that parents trying to get kids in strollers up and down multiple level buildings. So could you just comment on that? You did talk about elevators a bit in your presentation.
Yeah, so the specific question is, have I heard from
Yeah, have you heard from Thorncliffe Park residents? They're like largely newcomers, not 100%, but.
I think that we have received at least one email from residents, and when that happens, we do provide a direct service where we do advocate based on the Human Rights Code disability accommodations. Landlords are required, they have a duty to accommodate disability, so when that happens, we do direct advocacy for those populations. We do have to do it on an individualized basis, so we aren't able to ask for blanket accommodations, but we can always ask for it on behalf of an individual who has a disability or is protected by one of the 16 grounds under the code.
And what kind of response do you get, and what type of response, I guess even to drill down deeper, response time? What's the response time on turning these issues around?
Response time varies, but in a good situation, it can be within a week. It's usually about 3 months, I would say, on average, but because we send the letter, we give them about 2 weeks to respond. They respond, and if it's positive, I would say a week to a month would be a good time, and then a sort of worst time would be about 3 months to 6 months, but I can say we're quite successful in these situations because landlords realize that there could be legal ramifications if they don't respond. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions of the Deputy? No, seeing none. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And next, Daryl Chong. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Good afternoon, members of committee. I'm Daryl. I'm with the Greater Toronto Apartment Association, which our members own and manage about 150,000 units of purpose-built rental in the city of Toronto and beyond, but most of them in the city of Toronto. So we've closely monitored the unfortunate incidents in St. Jamestown and are very concerned, as you are. So we initiated some meetings right away with ESA, Toronto Fire, MLS, and some other people to figure out what happened and how we could minimize this from happening or reoccurring anywhere else. We do share the common goal that was noted by the last speaker of safely housing residents in apartments and apartment communities across the city and across the region. Providing housing, rental housing, is complicated. It's a complex industry with lots of regulations, rules, and standards, all courtesy or the responsibility of different municipal governments, provincial governments, administrative authorities, departments. Then it's layered over and above that is the Residential Tenancies Act and the Landlord and Tenant Board. So, and there's others. So one of our jobs at the association is to sort of cipher through all that and make sure our members are educated with the best practices and all the changes in regulations and so on. We've had ESA, TSSA, Toronto Fire, MLS to our office more than a dozen times in the last couple of years to educate apartment owners and managers in the area on the newest regulations. So compliance is really important to us. It's a complicated set of rules that we operate by, and we're here to say that we will volunteer to help in the capacity of the recommendations in the report. We can assist with the dissemination of the voluntary contact list as noted, the development and maintenance of a reasonable electrical maintenance plan, provide templates for the retention and noting of logs of service and maintenance performed by licensed tradespeople, and whatever else we need to do. So on behalf of the professionally managed and owned buildings, we're here to assist, as we always are. Not always with a smile, but we're always here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? No? Seeing none? Thank you, Daryl. Michael Regan? Welcome back, Michael.
Thank you. My name is Michael Regan. I'm from the St. Jamestown Acorn. Just to remind you that Acorn is an association of a community organization for reform. We've been active in Toronto since 2004, fighting for the rights of low to moderate income people. Our biggest campaign has been landlord leasing or licensing or rent safe, which is what we're here to talk about today. Acorn members are paying way too much for rent or living in buildings that where repairs are not being done. We're happy when we won the rent safe in 2007, we had high hopes, but clearly rent safe doesn't seem to be going far enough, or we wouldn't have the problems in buildings like 650 Parliament, 260 Wellesley, 2245 Weston, 500 Dawes, and the list goes on. With 650 Parliament, Acorn members and many others had to do 8 protests just to get attention to the issues that were going on. We had to get Kristen Wong-Tam involved because the landlord wouldn't even talk to us. We had to march to City Hall to try and even get the mayor's attention, and we went to Bleeman's head office just to make sure that 1,500 people weren't going to be just left out on the street in the middle of the winter. Why does it have to be like this? Acorn is happy to see some of the improvements being recommended. We'd like to see, among other things, a public rating system for buildings, like you have for the restaurants. They should set timelines for repairs or steep fines should be applied to the buildings, to the building owners. Acorn would like to see apartments inspected more often. Right now, they're inspected every 3 years. We'd like to see it every year. And finally, the program must urge tenants. At our meetings, the tenants don't even know about Rent Safe or 311. This is the problem, that tenants just don't know how to get the problems fixed when something goes wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. Anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. My question to staff is largely the report that is before us today really is a response to the motion that Mayor Tory and I had moved in January in the middle of the pending almost evacuation and the blackout of 260 Wellesley. And I recognize that we had asked for a number of report back items. What I see before us is something that responds to one piece, but it doesn't respond to what we asked for was a complete schedule and expected timeline of the city-wide building audits through the Rent Safe program. Can you provide us with a status of when might we see that? Because it was supposed to come to this meeting.
Yeah, so originally the entire Rent Safe report we had scheduled for the fourth quarter of this year. Because this event happened in January, and then motion was brought, we accelerated a portion of our work and brought the most comprehensive we could in short order. Scheduling of audits is challenging. There are a number of pieces, a lot of moving parts, and we haven't finalized that. We are also needing to prioritize a number of the buildings that were alluded to by the first deputant, again of 2,900. So we need to pare that down to a manageable number. There are a number of buildings in the St. Jamestown area and other areas of the city that have been audited. We have accelerated it, and some, I think there were 20 buildings that were identified that will be completed. The audits will be completed later this week.
Okay, so is it safe for us to assume that the balance of the audit schedule would be provided to us as per the third quarter of 2019 or the fourth quarter of 2019? I know the bylaw kicks into effect October 1. So when can we see that? Because there are people who are asking, residents who are wondering, when are you going to come to my building? Some residents obviously don't know the program, but there's others who've been keenly watching and they participate in the consultation, and they're just curious to know when might you know, and so we know when they know, when those scheduled audits could take place.
Right, and so another very important piece of this whole program is public education, tenant education, landlord education. By the survey, again, alluded to in the first deputant, it's not as well known. It's something we're working on branding. It's something we're trying to increase the knowledge of everyone. The schedule, again, we're reporting out on the full program in the fourth quarter. And we also have to do a lot of work with the ESA to bring them in. They don't have as many staff as we do. We need to work with them and fire and OEM and together do these audits and inspections.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Yes, thank you very much. Just quickly, just with Rent Safe TO, and you've touched on this a bit, but again, I find generally, I know this is a very specific update, but I just find tenants and residents aren't aware of this program. So I guess, what are you doing to let people know the city has embraced this program and initiative?
Yeah, we're actually in the midst of doing we have done a communications plan with a number of tactics that we'll be rolling out over the next, starting in May, where we're educating, again, tenants and landlords, going through a number of channels, be it social media, be it our website, and also working with our partners, the GTA and others. So there are a number of tactics that we can use. We need to be stronger on it. Last year we did bus shelter ads. We have done a lot. We have put the time and money into this. There's a dedicated piece of funding that is attributed to communications, and we are actively doing that. We need to hear from the residents whether it's working or not and find the right way to get the information into the tenants' hands.
Okay, I think that would be a real asset, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other questions? I do have a question. You have a section in your report that says that you're looking into other things like recovering costs and so on. So when can we expect that to come back?
So we're working with legal on set fees and fines. It's a body of work that we need to undertake. We're also reviewing our property standards bylaws. So there's the property standards bylaw, there's the apartment buildings bylaw, and both of which we're looking at finding opportunities to have the appropriate fees that are have enough teeth, that aren't just about the cost of doing business, and that are getting us where we need to move the program. So it will be later this year.
Q3?
The we're targeting Q4 right now. Sorry, it's been very busy first 2 quarters for us, and it's continuing to be.
Okay. Thank you. Speakers? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am going to ask staff to place a motion on the screen, and for those in the audience looking at my motion, please don't be too alarmed. It's almost 3 pages long, and for the members who are who are at the committee, just note that this motion has been on your desk since 9:30 this morning, so it's been there. So the motion largely is about trying to capture, well, I mean, just please take the time to read it, and I apologize for it being so long, but I will tell you where it came from. My staff and I basically sat down and we crowdsourced all the things that were asked of us or the landlord during the pending almost evacuation of 260 Wellesley. 260 Wellesley, as you recall, is a building that went dark without power and water for 5.5 days in January. And it was almost the exact situation of what took place at 650 Parliament. The only major difference is that 650 Parliament had to be evacuated because there was a fire. If 260 Wellesley was evacuated, it would have been another displacement of about 1,500 additional residents. This is in January 2019. The weather was almost minus 30. It was safer for us to keep them in that tower without hydro, without power, without water, people living with vulnerabilities, with medical conditions. They could not get up or down the elevators because the elevators were down. We couldn't get them potable water. And I just have to say that it was so scary because the shelters are full, the respite centers are full, the 24-hour drop-ins are full, and the community was up in chaos. What we learned, my staff, and I think through the extraordinary efforts of Jim Jessup, who's here, Deputy Chief, thank you very much for your extraordinary efforts, as well as James Kilgore, who's actually retiring through the Office of Emergency Management, as well as all the first responders. What we learned was that there was no clear communication protocol in a crisis. Now, I think we should have learned some things by now, whether it's flooding or perhaps ice storms, is that when people lose power, they need to be communicated to. I had 1,500 residents sitting in the dark, not sure who was giving them what instructions and where was it coming from. The mayor and I held a press conference, and we did a public meeting. But for those residents who don't speak English, who perhaps was not tethered to a smart device, who perhaps had no power to charge their phones, they were literally in the dark. Some residents thought they were going to be out for a day or maybe 2 days, because at that point in time, we just didn't know. All that being said, the 3-page motion that you see before you, I and my staff crowdsourced all the things that was asked of us and the landlord and the city and first responders. We put it all in, and we're asking staff to consider what we have put down on a document here, is to consider everything that's before you in this motion when they report back in Q2. I think there's another report coming back, which on whether or not we can do some of these things. And I recognize that there's some things that we cannot do. I totally understand that. But I'll tell you, when we were being asked for blankets and when we were being asked for daily communication and then weekly communication, and can you just give us a sense of like what is going on and how do we communicate? The property owner, I will say, at 260 Wellesley, and I'm going to say it for the record, they're same owners of 650 Parliament, 240 Parliament, 280 Parliament, 77 Howard. They were just very difficult to deal with. What I was asking of them was not extraordinary. These are your residents. You have a responsibility to them. And almost every time we asked for something, it was almost like they were doing me a personal favor. And I hear from our first responders is that when they're in a crisis situation with another perhaps proponent, is that there's not so much conflict and stress. So what I am looking for, and I'm going to run out of time, but what I really want to do is make sure that this protocol is going to be organized in a way that makes sense, that is going to be expected of everyone when we fall into crisis communication. And we're going to get into these crisis situations because the extreme climate change environment is here. We are going to see mass evacuations from time to time, and we cannot be inventing this as we go along. And so I hope that the committee can support this.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, members. I'm going to urge you strongly to support Councillor Wong Tam's motion. I was looking at it and I realized, oh, I've seen this before. In January, I got word that a complex that has 1,500 tenants in my ward had a mishap. Toronto Hydro showed up. They looked at the hydro vault where the switches that take electricity from the main system into the building was, and they realized that those switches had not been maintained in 40 years and could catastrophically fail at any moment. And I asked fire chief and the building owner and the emergency service people to all come together, and I said, what do I do? And the fire chief said, well, Councillor Wong Tam and I have worked out a protocol, and that's actually almost identical to the document that we gave to the owner of that complex. And we were able to devise a plan so that if the worst happened while we were, the Electrical Safety Authority and Toronto Hydro were going in and upgrading that highly vulnerable electrical system, that if something bad went wrong, we had a plan. And we need this in place now. That's the first comment I want to make. The second comment that I want to make is I was just feeling the spirit of Howard Moscow moving through the room. In 2007, if memory serves, then Councillor Moscow brought a motion saying we have to license landlords. And it led to 6 or 7 years of being run around in ever-expanding circles about how impossible it would be for the Toronto Public Service to implement and manage such a thing. And yet, here we are with, because of the crisis that Councillor Wong Tam and her community had to live through, and because of the incremental requests we've been getting from the community about the Rent Safe program and some of the things we heard here today, I feel like we're landing there. I feel like we're landing on a regulatory regime that really does bring the city into the facts on the ground of what living as a tenant in Toronto really are, and what we as regulators have to do to make sure that we don't have any more of these devastating events or any more of the day-to-day lived experience of subpar living standards. And I can't say how delighted I was in reading this report to see a reference to getting the vulnerable tenants list. This was the single scariest aspect of when we had the potential emergency in my ward. The owner of this building, which is mostly very low-income people, many people on ODSP, many people with electrical devices that they have to run in order to stay alive, or medications that would have to be refrigerated, lived in that building, and the landlord had no idea who they were, and zero plan for how to get them up and down stairs, zero plan for how to look after their medication, zero plan for what to do if the electricity went off, who's the person whose breathing apparatus would turn off at that moment. And to see these various pieces start to come together into a coherent package for us to do what I consider to be our Westray due diligence as the people who, you know, regulate these buildings. I'm delighted to see we're there. And Howard, if you're listening, he might be, because he does still monitor what we do down here. Congratulations, we're finally going to bring it home.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford?
Thanks very much. I will be supporting this motion here, and exploring the feasibility of implementing. It's pretty thorough. Thanks for providing it in advance, but did get a chance to go through it. I think it's pretty great that this was crowdsourced as well, based on the feedback that you received through these crises at Wellesley and Parliament. And I'm sure that's nice for the City of Toronto and the residents, that there's actually something perhaps positive that can come out of this. We know that in times of crises, communication, provisions of necessities can be very, very challenging, especially when you don't necessarily have a partner in respect to a landlord that's cooperative. Certainly in our ward, with respect to some of the challenges at Crescent Town with the bridge, different scope, but we've had challenges communicating with landlords, and frankly, landlords communicating with residents about what's going on. So I'm very pleased to see that this requests a framework and recommendations on all of that, and looking forward to hearing back with staff on how we can move it forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion, if the clerk could put it up. So, again, this is just a daily issue in Thorncliffe Park. And I want to say Thorncliffe Park as much as I can, because I think over the years it hasn't been identified as an area that needs to be prioritized, and I guess just a higher profile. I'm very aware that my colleague, again, Councillor Wong Tam, moved motions on this, I think recently, at the beginning of this term. Oh, twice. That's even better. This just is a refinement of some of the motions she's moved. And so what I'd like to see, because this is a daily problem in a neighborhood I now represent with the elevators, and it doesn't just affect seniors or people with mobility issues. It affects even children trying to get to school on time. Families trying to get the elevator to, you know, with strollers and parents, and it just affects such a wide group of people and residents and tenants trying to get to where they need to go. And I've heard horror stories of people waiting hours. So not everybody has the ability to use the stairwell, the staircases. And so I just really wanted to narrow the focus on this piece to say, you know, what is the feasibility of identifying a time frame, a timely repair, and specific, you know, time frame to really measure this by. So I appreciate the motions that my colleague has moved, And this is another piece I want to add to the puzzle, because my understanding this is coming back the end of this year, hopefully sooner. And I'd love to see it be comprehensive and to be monitored and enforced. The other thing I would say just quickly is I do worry about this program not having enough teeth, and I was interested to hear our new Carlton Grant in his new capacity talk about teeth. So I'm glad to hear him allude to that or refer to that. But I do think we need to promote this program more extensively throughout Toronto's neighborhoods. And I would ask staff, and maybe you can just nod, I'd love to see you send packages of all this info to all the Toronto legal clinics. Is that something that you could do? I would move a motion, but I don't think that's necessary. Just simply asking city staff to send packages of info to all the Toronto legal clinics as soon as possible. I think they'd really appreciate that. That's
Thank
it.
you. Councillor Perks has a question of you.
Oh, sure, shoot.
So given that our property standards bylaw doesn't cover elevators, and elevators are actually regulated and inspected and maintained by the provincial government, is this a suggestion that we download that responsibility?
No.
No.
Well, all I can tell you is it's a
Like student nutrition.
It's a very.
Just give it to us.
What I can
Whatever.
tell you is
We'll
it's a narrowing of the motions you've already placed, but specifically talking about timeframes. And that's the issue is parts seem to be in every other country but this one. And, you know, just shipping those parts, et cetera, there's got to be a solution to this problem, which seems to be growing. And going in the wrong direction. So I'm not making that statement specifically. What I'm saying is we need to address this problem.
I'm gonna ask you a question. So you're asking for the feasibility of this being done. If there's anything that it can't be done, staff would report back. Is that what you're hoping to get out of this?
Yes, so I wish I had, Councillor Wong Tam moved motions in February through a member's motion, I believe, was it not?
I've done it twice now.
Okay, so as recent as February. And so it's really in reviewing that, this is one thing that I would like to establish is an appropriate time frame.
Maybe I can help a little bit. I'm just going to try to help a little bit. The challenge with the motions that I've moved prior to, and it's twice, once in my first term, I think 2012 or 2013, and then again in 2018, and staff, this is for you, is that there was never a report back. So I went into that black hole of motions, right? So if Councillor, if you want to respond to Councillor Robinson's motion, I would welcome that. And I think we all recognize that this is a provincial jurisdiction. However, the residents are living in the City of Toronto. And we know that the Auditor General of Ontario has said there is a potential collapse of this system when it comes to elevators and ski lifts, to be quite honest. It was highlighted in her 2008 December report that Ontario was going to be facing a problem. With the lack of provincial leadership, we may have to step up. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Can we vote on the motions? First motion from Councillor Wong Tam. All those in favor? That carries. Councillor J. Robinson's. And that carries. Item is amended. And that carries. And that concludes our agenda today. Thank you, everybody.